Well, hello once again for our final day of coverage here at WAMO 2023. So, folks, we have an interesting one here right off the bat. We usually let the first round kind of play out, so just in case there's any malfunctions, we can catch, we don't have to deal with that hiccup and dead air. So here's what's going on right now in the background. All our first round matches have concluded except for one. So far, Banging the Neighbors has beat, we'll just be on Shit Happens. There we go. Mugshots has beat Bullshooters. And then Black Saddle Team has already beat Tazbag? Tazbag?
Tazbag.
Tazbag.
I'll
say
go
Tazbag.
Tazbag
Okay.
there.
Okay. Now here's the kicker. Club Ritz was up 3-0 in this match against Milwaukee Monsters. Milwaukee has came back to tie it 3-3. Epic darts here. Now, the kicker is they have a hiccup on Game 7. They don't know the format, so they figured it out. Is it diddle? Is it just preset? Is it all the way? They figured it out, and they're just relaying the information. We're going to have a Game 7 here to decide who moves in to that winner's side position to play Banging the Neighbors, the team of Adam Turner, Jesse Porter, John Kimple, Josh Lisi, and Nate Lisi. So that's going to be the factor. William Stuart here. Alongside me is Mr. Nick Dichiria. Buddy, this should be a good last leg decider as all four team members will play in this 701 format.
Yeah, we certainly saw a riveting round robin yesterday to see who gets into this Division I finals, right? I mean, the two teams from the pod that we watch, Augie's Bullshooters and Club Ritz, did move on, where Ritz had a little bit of a scare at the very end. They're not sure if they were going to quite make that line crossed, but they did, and now they're in a Game 7 situation here for this one, and we're really just curious to see how the story continues to unfold.
Exactly. And this is exactly why we kind of, prolong our coverage a little bit, because you never know what's going to happen. We could have had a 15-minute delay there, so we're finally getting ready to get back underway as Milwaukee Monsters, a team of Steve Hilger, Phil Glomsky, whichever one, Mickey Mousky, as Steve Hilger said, Garrett Rakowski, and Jeffrey Johnson take on the team of Club Ritz, which is the team of Jeff here.
Yeah, that's going to be Craig Vanden Heuvel, Jeff Ressenberg, Jean Bunel, and Rick B.
There we go.
Yeah, so it looks like they just went ahead and reset it here basically instead, kind of loading directly into this one, but we're off and running here.
Yeah, happy that we were able to catch this final leg here. I said, man, looks like we're going to get to see a final decider here, and that's always lovely. So we'll see who comes out on top and who's going to head to the loser's side, as we're excited for our team event round-off here. This Milwaukee Monsters team, or BSS Milwaukee Plus One, is your defending champion. So, different name, but you're defending champions nonetheless.
They really want to stay on the winner side of this bracket here. Of course, they're not afraid of running it back, as we saw Steve Hilger and Garrett Rakowski have a first-round loss and run it all the way back in doubles 0-1.
Craig drops those two darts there, unfortunately. So he's looking to hang with that score line of 551. Garrett will step in here.
And we're going to see what version of Garrett we're getting. The one that's been super dominant in these events, or the one that kind of is a little bit of a slow starter. It's been no in between. It's either perfection or, like that, a little bit of just a slow burn.
Yeah, that was unfortunately the same thing. Only finding one bull. We want to give a big thank you to all our WAMO committee members and referees for making this event happen. Without them, well, there would be no event here. So we want to give a big shout out to those individuals. And if you didn't catch our post, definitely go check that one out, as we had some photos of the committee members and a couple referees that make this event happen. So.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it takes so much to run an event of this magnitude and size, and to show how well it's run and how the events more often than not are actually ending faster than intended, which is a good problem to have. Just shows how well Wisconsin does darts, not only in the playing side, but on the running it side. Jeff Johnson now stepping up here. I'm going to be honest, right now the Milwaukee Monsters need to catch a little bit of heat, as they are not doing much to try to break the throw at the moment, and they're getting a little bit of a lax Ritz here as well.
Think that we'll see how this. We'll honestly have to see how this little lapse in play plays out for these individuals. I mean, we're starting to see a couple stray darts, but it was a 3-0, 3-0 run for Milwaukee before that little hiccup. So, is there an issue here? Would they have much preferred to just go right into that next leg? I bet you they would have, but
I certainly would have if I was them. Let's see what Craig can do if he can get down to that 300 range as well, keeping that A and B score line intact.
Does look like Augie's Bull Shooters and Tazbag are underway on board 232 in our losers side matchup. Garrett searching for a big round here.
Getting it on the last there, finding that low ton for Garrett Rakowski, but again, it's not enough to really get himself out in front.
Rick there not finding a bull, and this could be a big round for Porky if he's able to capitalize and try to put his foot in the ground here. They need to.
Exactly. They need to get
tighten
out in
this
front.
up. Yeah, they need to tighten it up.
And that's a good start to this. Needs one more of those.
There it is for Steve Hilger, a.k.a. Porky. He just doesn't know it yet, but we're going to start a new series called Food Reviews and More with Steve Hilger.
For the fans.
For the fans.
Benell right behind, though. Making sure to say, hey, I know what you're doing. You're not getting past me. And again, it's just going to keep going down the line here. Who can get themselves to set up first? Who will get the first look at not only a out, but a good out to hit? This is going to be such an important leg for the rest of the day for them.
PDC Tour player Jules Van Nongen joining us today. Some coverage from Wisconsin.
You actually just bought some of his flights.
Yeah.
Funny
saw
enough,
over there
you actually did.
Yeah, saw him over there at the booth. I said, I got to put one on the wall. So, yeah, why not? Good win over Gary Anderson this past week, or yesterday, I believe it was, for Jules. Time kind of smashes together when you're doing these events.
Yeah, it does. It certainly does. Well, here we go. Filthy can actually be the first one to set up on and out here. Needing to hit at least 110 because it is master out.
If he leans in far enough, he can just place it
Just
in the bullseye. That's going to not register, but it's in there. It should count.
So needs to make sure to regain focus on this last dart here.
I'm surprised he didn't move over at all there. I figured that may be obstructed.
Well,
but when you stand a foot taller than me, I mean, who knows?
Different angle of dart, right? He did end up leaving himself an out at 171. Not a pretty out, but an out nonetheless. I mean, like, he'll get the first look here.
It's about opportunities, and you got to give yourself an opportunity to hit it.
Exactly. And now Craig looking to do much of the same here. That fall out there, while he's not happy with it, is also an out at a 174 as these checkouts get progressively harder. And Garrett to jump out in front now. And that one, it's not going to be a checkout. He gives a little point to the camera there. Leaving that 184, so we're leaving it to the A score line for the Milwaukee Monsters. Oh no. Yeah, just the one bull there. Not going to be happy with that attempt.
Porky for the 171. Have you seen a 168 from him already this week?
Wouldn't be impossible. Trying to bed the 19s. Oh, not going to do so, but puts a lot of pressure now on Club Ritz.
Good little layup, as you call it in basketball. So set up the shot potentially the next go round, but Bunnell, sorry. 174.
And not going to be able to go now, and he needs to set it up. Oh, no. Now there's a great chance that when it comes back around that there could be some freezing going on. Jeff Johnson just going to focus on bringing that 184 down. If he hits at least a low ton, he's going to be happy. As long as he hits at least one bull, he's guaranteed not to freeze his partner. There we go, finds his one bull now. Anything else he hits is just going to set himself up. He does get down to 67.
Yeah, Jeff able to capitalize with the 117, but Filthy for the 45 look here to win the match.
And it looks all the way down there for him as he has to bend his neck down to see that number going right at it. Just going to work his way over to that double 15. Oh, no, not able to take it out. But right now, he can still freeze the 133 as long as he doesn't bust.
You see...
He said push the button.
Yep. Hilger ran up there and said push it. He wants Garrett to have the look at the 67. I believe it'll be Garrett.
Yeah, that's going to be a smart move there. It's better just have it guaranteed out. You don't want anything to happen in a nervy situation like this where you can't just definitively say, I'm going to hit that single as you normally would. So the 133 unable to go. Let's see how low he's able to bring it. Ain't down to 18 points there.
Just looking to kind of set himself up just in case, but Rakowski for 67.
17 for Bull.
And gets it. Great shot there from Rakowski to go ahead and win the leg, and Milwaukee Monsters will advance into the next round where they'll play Banging the Neighbors.
That should be a good one.
Definitely so, but for right now, we've got another match already in progress here from our loser's side. As we'll adjust our board view, we'll pull everything up and turn on our board sounds and get underway as Ryan Sof will step in with 2:50 remaining.
So now Ryan trying to leave himself an out. Needs to hit a triple if he wants to do so. Bull will not leave it at 172 there. So Bobzine can set up to be the first one to shoot at an out other than the 177 for date.
Thank you for tuning in for our coverage here of WAMO 2023. We hope you're enjoying our coverage here. Make sure to give us a big like and follow if you have not. Subscribe to our YouTube pages as well. Lots of quality content coming your way here on USA Darts. All right, Ryan stepping back in for the 172.
More importantly, needs to freeze, right? I mean, that's going to be his goal here. So we could start to that. He's doing the math here, double checking it real quick. The 22 will be enough, so he just needs to hit one more bull here. And doesn't connect on that last bull. That's going to be a little bit frustrating for him, as it would have froze. So Bobzine now will get a look at the 109.
I like this for Bobzine. I like this for Bobzine myself.
For game two.
I could see that going for Eric.
And I'm going to be honest there. Ryan Self is going to be a little bit frustrated with himself. He should have known before going up that the hat trick would have been enough. And when he broke his own rhythm there and to step back, I understand double checking's good, but at that moment there, you kind of broke your own rhythm. He was on track for that hat, as it is 1-all here in this one. Hortzman to start us off here for Augies. Augie's bull shooters, of course, was the dominant presence that we saw in our round robin pod there, and they're going to be looking to try to do some work.
Well, Sean Horseman coming in here looking at bull. As I said, the 4 horsemen. I was trying to get him to play along with it.
Listen, we were trying really hard with the Hortzman rabbit thing yesterday.
We were trying really hard to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, Augie's is really going to want to get out in front. I'm not 100% sure Tazbag how well they did just because we didn't get a chance to watch the pod, but Augie's had an 80% win rate in our bracket. I mean, they crushed it.
They did.
So the fact that they have a first-round loss is something that they're not going to be excited to see. And now that it's just a one-all situation here, they're going to need to bring their best game out.
Yes, indeed. And big shout out to my lovely wife, Hannah, and Pops tuning in once again. Thank you, guys. Always big support system.
Speaking of shout-outs, happy birthday to my dad.
Hey, there you go.
It is his birthday today, so happy birthday to my Pops as well. The better Dominic at commentary? Not darts, for sure.
Sean's not really happy with that single one. Wanted to continue with perfection here. Still a manageable 100 left.
Yeah, that's boring though. An 11 darter instead of a 10 dart attempt? Lame. As of course I kid here. Well, Sova now going to see if he can leave himself on out as well. Keep up the momentum for Augies. They seem to be looking really strong in this third leg here.
And leaves the 1-6-9.
Yeah, so he's just going to be focusing on doing setup work there, and I think that's perfectly fine in this situation. Eisner is in the bowl there.
We got a comment here, why are we showing losers bracket? Because we have really no control who comes over here. It's the tournament director's job to send us matches.
Well,
so
it's also, there's only 8 teams in this bracket here.
I think people forget that we are the streamers and not the tournament directors sometimes, but that's okay. I mean, usually we only try to step in when we really see something out of whack or when we really want to see a certain match because we know that you all do as well.
Yeah.
But for right now, we're throwing this one at you because we don't have anything on board 231.
And also on top of that, I mean, this is going to be our first time seeing Tazbag on the stream, following that storyline for Augie's bull shooters here.
Yeah.
And plus the people on the winner side, we are going to continue to see as they are on, guess what? The winner side. So 43 going to get broken down here. Did try to break it all the way down to 4. Not going to be frozen here, so Bobzine can go for this one. 158 going to go bull first. Now from here can hit 2 triples.
He's going to go the 18 route. Yep. There's so many options on that 108. And Bobzine hits another biggie. It's a 109 and a 158 for him in this one to make it 2-1 Tazbag.
Yeah, Tazbag there, that's a huge steal from that position. And honestly, that is going to be a great momentum as they now broke the throw and get the start. After Hortzman was on a 11 darter. Eisner does find the bull in the last there, but not going to be happy where that goes. It gives Sean a chance here to get ahead, and he will make a good attempt at this, considering he did just go hat-trick in the last leg there. Yeah, continuing to find the bull with ease and just running away. Another hat-trick there for Horseman. It's not Paul Cooper. Rocking the Fast Eddie's jerseys for these guys, by the way. Fast Eddie's over in Janesville. Great little establishment there. And so Cooper's just going to continue trying to get himself in range of an out, as Jed and Sean are going to chase closely behind. And Jed's not going to be happy with that first start there. He's going to have to just continue to work it in, but Lotan there is more than enough for his position to get a little bit in front of Paul. And really, Jed and Sean are going to focus on freezing out Paul if Eisner doesn't hit big here. Oh, that's going to be an awkward placement for him. Yeah, he's working his way around the dart. Gets it in between those. That's a well thrown last start there. That's a very dangerous area. There's a lot of sway where that could have deflected into different directions. So Eisner says, don't worry, I'm not going to freeze you, partner. So all these guys neck and neck right now as they're going to be running to set up an out here. Really, all these guys from their position here expect to hit the two bulls to get an out or be right out adjacent. So Paul Cooper's just going to have to take a moment to really decide how he wants to attack this. Hat trick would have left 1-4-5. Now instead will not be able to leave an out from here. 228, but a lax round there for Tazbag. You can see Jed taking advantage of the opportunity given by Cooper. Oh, but he deflected on that last. 162 is a leave, but it's not going to be one that he's going to take kindly, as that is a triple first out, and you really want to have a bull first out in a freeze format. As Eisner just continues to find it, getting himself back in this leg after a very lax first round. Sean is going to look for at least a ton plus here. That's not going to be a great first start for him. He won't be able to leave an out now. They're kind of handing opportunities back and forth. Augies now says, Tazbag, you can have this one. If Cooper can leave himself a 120 or less out here, he's going to be really happy with that scenario, as it puts so much pressure on Jed to hit a 1-6-2. Could even potentially freeze here. Now won't be able to. Needs to leave himself something. And he does. So Jed, gotta take a look at this one. This is combined 315 points for the Tazbag team. There's no freeze in play. That's a great start to it. And plenty of room for more. Oh my goodness, Jed. No way. One more of those. Oh, and he catches just low on it. That was such a good dart there, scoring a 120. Jed Neal giving Tazbag a scare onto that 162. Greatly thrown dart. Eisner's going to try to snap right back with a 150. Catching low there. Needs to stay on the bull. Leave himself at 48. And Sean Horseman needs to do everything and anything in his power to make sure he does not freeze Jed from this point. Anything less than a hat trick just probably won't be enough. One more of those. So now Paul Cooper just needs to get below 43 here. Might just go ahead and go for the low ton instead of going for this 165. Let's see how he approaches it. It's going to be very scary if he does do so. If he is going to attempt this, he needs to start at the 20 side of the route. Yeah, he's just going to focus on bringing it down. One more bowl freeze. And he does do so. Smart darts from Paul Cooper and a great execution from there. As Jed now is frozen on 42. Going to try to bring it down all the way. Yeah, it brings it down to 4. So Eisner will get a look at this 48 before Sean can shoot the 91. To give it a 3-1 advantage. To the double 16 now for Eisner.
And he gets it. Big hit there as Asbag gets back on the board there. Apologies for the delay there. I wanted to go make sure we had the noise adjusted to a good proper level so it's not bleeding through. We definitely don't want to get kicked from Facebook during the middle of our team event finals.
Wouldn't be so cool.
No, it wouldn't. Oh my.
Back against the wall now for Augies. As it looks like Black Saddle did best out the Mugshots team and moves on to the King Seat match. Still waiting for the result of banging the neighbors and Milwaukee Monsters. Ryan Sofa finding a 103 open there. As Cooper and Bobzine are just going to try to apply a little bit of pressure here, try to continue that momentum, but knowing that they're going to get the throw and have to be broken here gives them a lot of confidence. As long as they continue to perform well, they're in great shape at the moment here. See what Jed's able to do. Oh no. Now Bobzine finds big. This is starting to get real scary for Augies. This is getting way more dicey than the dominant team of Pod 3 wanted to ever see. Hat trick there. Eric capitalizes. Ryan Sofa getting himself back in action there, getting that hat trick and performing under pressure now. No other option. Paul Cooper not going to give him any slack there, saying, hey, I'm right here with you, man. So no let up and lounging on the sofa for Sofa. Jed recovering from that one-able open there. And getting a hat trick of his own. 3 in a row. 4 in a row, because Eric started that one off. Oh, Bobzine. Eric Bobzine performing great right now. Now, there's an argument of like, why didn't he go for the 9 there in the master out? And, you know, while I have been saying that is a smart shot to do. I think with the match point advantage and everything, just continually applying pressure by hitting that pole over and over again is probably the better play in this given scenario. And look at this, Ryan Sofa. He is not happy to see a 2-2-3 on the board. That last bull there will not leave an out. I mean, he's going to leave it up to Jed to set himself up, as Paul and Eric are going to put so much pressure on this. If Cooper finds a low ton here, Augies might be in bad shape. Yeah, look at this for Cooper. Just needs to find one more. He doesn't, but does leave an out there by hitting that 20. So giving Augies a little bit of a reprieve, but not a big one. Oh no, Jed. 2 bulls will leave an out. Now he can't leave an out, and he just throws the dart in anger and completely loses composure there and just rushes that last dart. That is not good to see, as Jed Neal kind of just says, waving the white flag there. Now it's up to Bobsy and Cooper to keep doing what they're doing, but just throwing that last dart in frustration for Jed was not the thing that his team wanted him to do in that situation. This is,
man, it is starting to erupt in the hall out here.
It is.
Just taking the run to the tournament director's spot and all that. Man, it's getting rowdy out there.
Oh, for sure.
Getting rowdy in that hall. And just so you all know, actually what they've done for us here in the background, this Team 1 event is the only event in that hall. I don't know if we've mentioned it yet or if you've mentioned it. That is the only event in the hall right now. They've adjusted everything. Most of your events are happening in the South Hall as well as the arena right now, but this is the only group in there. So it was a little eerie when we walked in today because the crowd noise wasn't there. The music was there, but it's a little quiet.
A little bit more isolated than we expected.
Quiet.
Cooper there taking the shot for the 159. I think personally, I would have liked for him to just throw that hat trick and leave it to Bobzine, simply because if they force Jed to perform and he doesn't, it guarantees Ryan will never get a shot at the 63. Jed, last go around, threw that last start in anger at the board, needs to recover because he can still save this one.
And I mean, honestly, we've got a scoreline that's favored in Tazbag right now, but Bullshooters was playing extremely well yesterday in their round robin bracket. Just unfortunately not finding it here.
Yeah, well, Jed needed a hat trick to guarantee that there was going to be no freeze to get underneath Paul Cooper. And at 126, this is going to be a close one, as it's 34-point difference needed. If Bobzine doesn't hit the 140 but gets it down below 26. Oh, did he actually get the dart in the bull?
Oh my!
Oh, there you go. So he did guarantee that there was no freeze. So now Bobzine, if he doesn't find this 140, this completely changes the situation now. 140 needed here. Eric needs to capitalize. He's not going to be able to. So Ryan Silva will get a shot at the 63. To save the leg here and to save the tournament run for Augie's Bullshooters. 63 is the look. 13 for Bull. Ryan Sofa needs this now more than ever. Bullseye.
Oh, below. And it's not going to leave a check opportunity. It's 35 remaining.
So handing the opportunity back to Paul Cooper. And if Ryan Silva isn't careful, they could also be in a risk of freezing. He needs to make sure to get as low as possible here. No, he busted. That is not good. as Paul Cooper, even if he doesn't take out 92, as long as he doesn't bust, is almost set to freeze. Going for the double 19, he needed to go for a double 16 or a triple 11 there, something to bring that lower. And a big misstep there for Ryan. Oh, wow, this is dicey.
Oh.
Trip 14.
Oh, my goodness. And it's Kazbag that's going to come out on top.
A 4-1 win after the team that had an 80% win rate in their pod is insane to see there. Paul Cooper and Bobsy perform at the time where they needed it most.
Wow. And they're going to advance into the next round, where we will await who they will play, whether it's Banging the Neighbors or Milwaukee Monsters. But we're going to see if we can get at least an overhead view of that match, as it's happening off stream right now. We're going to see if Arachnid wants to do anything with that board real quick as well. But we're going to head on over to that match if we can get it, as actually Club Ritz and Shit Happens is actually playing closer too, so it may be a little bit more difficult for us to pull this match score, but we'll try to nonetheless. Here we go, folks. We'll pop it on over to there. This is at least what we got for you. We'll get a score line for you and let you know here in just a second. But
yeah, they're in their second game right now.
Wow, this is only second game, so could be here for a minute, but we'll see if we can get you a little bit better view here, folks. We'll be right back. William Stuart, Nick Dichiria as our coverage of the team event here in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Man, you just looked at me like I didn't know what I was doing there.
Sorry. Something about the eye contact. WAMO coverage will continue shortly, guys.
Alrighty, looks like the Milwaukee Monsters ended up pulling that one off. As get that static figured out for y'all. I guess not. Jeez Louise, man. We'll definitely be getting the updated headset, I guess, after this one. But we're gonna head on over to Club Ritz versus shit happens. We'll get a score line here for you. Hopefully. It's game 5 here. And Robbie WizKid just took out that one with a 45.55 PPD. Let me see where we're at in this match here before we get on. Three-two score line here for the Shit Happens team. So 3-2 score line in this match.
Alrighty, guys, so shocking development here. Milwaukee Monsters and Black Saddle are going to be playing for the hill here, as it looks like Stuff Happens does beat out Club Ritz. So the pod we covered yesterday knocked out in 2 here, as they are moving on to the next one here. So Stuff Happens versus Mugshots will be going on for 5th, 6th, and on the other end of 5th, 6th, Tazbag and Banging the Neighbors going at it. But we're going to get you coverage of the Milwaukee Monsters and Black Saddle matchup here in just a moment, folks. They're going to get set up on the board. Don't go far. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Will Stuart, bringing you coverage of WAMO 2023.
Here with North American Director of Operations for L Style, Joel Garcia. How does it feel to be back at WAMO? This is how many years for you now?
This is my 3rd year coming back to help with Booyah Darts, their booth. I really come back to meet more players and educate people about our product, and because I noticed when I come out here, not a lot of people use L-Style, and it's very surprising to me. So it's nice to be able that Jeremy and Booyah Darts let me come out here and work on the L-Style side of things for them.
Well, the truth is we have so many players here in so many different divisions, whether it's your elite players or your players that are just starting out that maybe don't know about L-Style. So it's important to kind of teach them about that, huh?
Yes. Yeah, it's really hard when players haven't even heard of L-Style yet, and I'm like, you know, where do you live that you haven't heard of it? Because in my mind, I feel like everyone knows us because we're a worldwide company, but it really shows me that I have a lot of work to do to get our brand out there and our products.
Well, even though you've been around, how long has L-Style been around now? I mean,
they've been in North America since 2002.
Wow.
So a while, yeah. But I've been with L-Style for 9 years now.
Oh,
Well, it's nice to have you here once again. I mean, I've been around to NDA. We saw you there as well, but to bring you from California up to Wisconsin and see all these individuals again, it must be nice, huh?
Yeah, it's nice for people to recognize me, especially since I only come here once a year. But I definitely need to keep coming back, and every time I come here, I write down new ideas of how to engage players more and get the players response on our products. And I'm always asking, when people already come up and they already use L-Style, I ask them why they use L-Style, how they started using L-Style, just to give me a good idea of what people in this market want and need.
Well, if they want to reach out to you, or if they have any questions or comments or concerns with L-Style, how can they reach out to you?
That is a hard question because I probably have over 80 unread Facebook messages. I try to keep up with it, but I would say the best way is probably you could actually message our L-Style Facebook directly, and we have 6 or 7 people on those messages so that it gets to the right person eventually, and then we can answer your question.
There you go. Well, if you're looking for a custom design or just wanting to use the product in general, reach out and do so. Joel, thanks for spending a moment with me here at WAMO 2023. Looking forward to many more adventures with you, huh?
Yes, you too.
Alrighty, well, here we go, folks. We got a good one here. Kingsley will get underway in just a little while after this one is finished up. This is going to be Tazbag, which we saw in that first match, going up against Banging the Neighbor here to see who gets into that 4th place position against Stuff Happens and Mugshots 1.
Yeah, and I think it's a smart move to go ahead and wait if you're Milwaukee Monsters and Black Saddle. It's more screen time that we can provide you more matches with rather than splitting back and forth. But they don't want to be sitting there waiting for one match to conclude, and then they're just the inevitable. You know, you're waiting there for an hour or so. You don't want that.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be a good call here. As we saw Tazbag have a great performance over Augie's Pole Shooters, winning that one out 4-1 in dominant fashion, and then Banging the Neighbors here, winning their first round against Stuff Happens, and then losing out to Milwaukee Monsters in a last leg decider.
Adam looking for a hat to keep with the trend, and that's what he finds. Leaves 201. This Tazbag team really played well last go-round, beating that Bullshooters team that, man, they looked impressive yesterday, but yesterday doesn't mean anything today, as totally different bracket, totally different teams involved, and if you unfortunately can't find your stride, you're not going to win this one, and that's what we saw with Bullshooters there, unfortunately.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. Sometimes one day of dominance leads to another day of shortcomings, as Augie's Bullshooters is going to, unfortunately, call their day early here. So Paul Cooper now from 3-3-4, a hat trick, will not leave an out. So if he wants to leave an out, he will have to switch up here to be the first one at one. Bull, and then he could switch up from there, or just continue to bring down a score, whichever he feels more comfortable. Bringing down the score is the route he chose. I do think there's an argument to leave the out there, just because he knows for a fact Adam and Jesse are not going to be messing around here. Great last start there. Nate leaving it out at the 152. Needed that bull to connect, knowing that Adam is set up nicely on 90. As long as Jesse hits 1 or 2 bulls here, I'm not going to be worried about a freeze in this situation.
Just a reminder, our action here is a best of 7 leg format. It's a double elimination bracket, so You have to lose twice in order to knock yourself out of this bracket. So our next King Seat match will be Milwaukee Monsters and Black Saddle. And boy, would it be handy to take that one, right?
Yeah, it certainly would be. I mean, the fact is that you want to go up to that third place position. You want to get your team into that final. You want to keep pushing along here. Anything and everything you can do is so impactful. A little bit of pressure now from Adam. Decided to go for the bull 11 route just to focus on bringing down his score, but with not being able to take out that 90 and a serious risk of A, having to survive Nate and Paul without shots, but then B, setting up a potential freeze here depending on how strong they shoot. 152 going to go bull first here. Now just going to focus on bringing down that score. And that was a lax run from Nate. So as long as Jesse again hits at least one bull, Adam will get another shot here if Paul doesn't take out the 108.
You know how I feel about a good 108 finish.
Well, now you're not going to have a chance to see it. That's a hat trick there from Jesse.
Exactly. So 22 and 29. You're just out of reach for Paul, and he's going to have to set this up potentially.
And
but this looks like it's going to go in favor of banging here.
It is, unfortunately that lax round from Nate will cause some damage here and let Adam and Jesse just take at least a couple darts here for the outs. Can't take it out here, so it needs to go down to that double 19 to leave 2, double 18 to leave 4. Oh, you almost got the trip 12 bounty I've been putting out there. Hitting it one hole out to try to leave 4.
Well, double 11. Fall short. That's not a bad miss, though. I mean, I'm not a fan of the double 3, but if you're going to miss low.
I agree. I'm such a not fan of the double 3. I'll shoot the trip 2 and mess her out 9 times out of 10. But there you go. They will take that one.
Yeah, the 1-0 lead here for banging. Robert saying, top of the morning, Wisconsin homies. Well, thanks for joining us here, Robert. We appreciate it. This is, of course, the D1 team event here.
Yeah.
Final bracket.
Certainly happy to be bringing you guys coverage of this one. It has been a great story being told with some phenomenal moments of highs, lows, and intrigue in between. We're excited to see how this one concludes. Jesse outlining the bull there, only getting the 1. See if Nate can take advantage of the opportunity here. Oh, now there's 2 Nates. I hate it when we have the Nates. We had the 2 Georges the other day.
Yeah, the 2 Georges being on the same team really threw us off there.
Well, George is doing this, so George can do that, and then George will do this. At least he's not going to be happy with that go around. Yeah, Bob, Zine, and Horan here looking really strong in their position at the moment.
Eric 9 Mark Bob Zine, as we call him, steps in. Just continues to throw well here, and he's going to have to back that up and hit that bull, I believe. whiz kid in DC walking by, and all we hear is, "Of course I hit the bull, man, come on." I'll tell you what, that has been the interesting thing is where we've been at. We're right behind those doors back there in the hallway, so it's been a little interesting getting a good mix of players running through, whether that be good or bad. Oh my gosh, did you see that? Someone's got a, oh, okay, never mind. It may have been a vape. I thought it was a rosin bag for a minute. I thought he threw and like chalk was coming out of his hand. That's why I was like, what?
Well, this is an interesting position as Fastback's looking really strong here at the moment. So yeah, 64, not going to be super happy to go around, but again, at this point, this leg is pretty much all but locked as long as they keep playing smart darts.
Exactly. I mean, Tazbag should go ahead and get this one. A little confidence running through Tazbag right now as they bested Bull Shooters last go around, and it's definitely a pretty impressive team.
I mean, it is. No one's going to argue one way or the other on that one. Yeah, Tazbag, by the way, and their pod barely scraped out with a 51.43 win percentage there, which means that they were tied with another team and won on a tiebreaker.
So really, I mean, that bracket was really tight. They were in the bracket with Milwaukee Monsters, Big Mike's Auto, the Woods, Brad, Fibs, and other nonsense. So
yeah, that was basically Milwaukee Monsters dominance, followed by everybody else chasing for that second spot. I mean, that is as close as it gets, as it really did come down to a tiebreaker for those teams.
Maybe we experienced yesterday with Tazbag a little, maybe a little laziness, maybe a little just not performing,
not staying sharp and in form, right?
Yeah, I mean, and maybe that four-man team event has a factor to play in it. I went out there yesterday and had a chat with a couple individuals, and they were just like, yeah, just not playing well today. I said, buddy, I don't think anybody's playing very well today other than a couple elite individuals. And he goes, team event's just that hard. I said, exactly. That four-man team event is just difficult.
As tough as nails. As on the other end of the story, Banging the Neighbors and Mugshots One that made other pod were both in that 70% win rate range, while every other team was a ways away. So they were dominant in their pod and basically had no questions about who was moving on there. So very interesting to see that Tazbag, after having what was a very close performance, now playing very strong here.
All right, sorry about that. We had a couple individuals want some pictures here, so we did that one. Time with a big check there as he takes it out 2-1. So it's going to be 2-1 Taz here as they take that leg. And this, see how this one ends up playing out, but interesting stuff here. We want to see, I'm going to get a score line on that Happens mugshot match here. I want to do that one. I know where you're going. Whoopsies. Turned off the wrong headset. That's quite all right. Adam. Man, Adam's looking prime in this one here as he was sitting on 201. Perfection earlier. Now he's starting off with a hat here.
Yeah, I mean, he's in clear form. That's what it is. You saw there was no hesitation or question about where his darts were going the way he was setting up.
Exactly. But him with that impressive 10-dart leg, last leg. Really starting out with the 102 here in this one. I'm going to get that score line.
So Paul Cooper stepping up now. Going to need to make up for some lost ground with Adam Turner just so close behind and pressuring. Hitting that low tone there, but might not be enough depending on what Adam does. Looks like Mugshots is up 1-0 over there against Stuff Happens on board 227 to see who goes in on the other side of this fourth place matchup.
Yeah, just kind of starting off over there, just getting that first leg out of the way. So looks like we'll be able to kind of throw our camera over there right after this match and at least catch who wins. But man, this is actually moving pretty quick.
Yeah,
I figured this was going to be probably a 4, 5 o'clock ordeal. I don't know. This could be a 2:30, 3 o'clock ordeal.
Well, it helps that these guys are just getting better as time goes on. These guys are really the problem with team format, and this is also the greatest part about team format, is you're not going to have everybody in prime form at all times because they're not throwing all the time. Well, now we're down to these last couple events. These guys have gotten used to the format. They're adapting and they're overcoming. That's why these guys are such fierce competitors and, dare I even say, athletes.
Well, nearly over 300, nearly 400 viewers tuning in on our platforms. Appreciate you doing that. Give us that like and follow if you have not. Share this around to your friends. Let them know we're live here.
Eisner finds 102 to leave and out, which he will get a look at if Adam doesn't take out that big 164 checkout. That would be a huge one if he does get it. shot there from
Yeah,
Josh.
150 leaves the 94 look, and
He needs Paul to perform. If Paul doesn't perform, Eisner will not get a look at the 147 now.
Exactly what I was just about to say. It looks like Paul needs to really collect here.
Yeah, anything less than a low ton just simply won't be enough. That's a great start as he can work his way inside the bowl. Picking up from the goalpost, finding it dead center. There is Paul Cooper hits the hat to make sure Eisner will not be frozen. So now it's up to Turner to turn this one into a checkout. And look at that, he does hit the 164 as he had to. With all that pressure there and Eisner behind, Turner produces. Banging the neighbors was not banging the neighbors there, I can tell you that much.
Well, tied up 2-2 here as we continue on. Man, neck and neck. See banging, hyping each other up there, giving some love to each other. Nate will step in. I'll just kick off Josh and say, the better looking Lisi brother.
I mean, listen, is it really upsetting if it's the truth? No.
Oh, man. Josh, of course, was my sleeper pick for the CSC last season.
Well, you and I are bad at picking sleeper picks early on.
Yeah, we definitely are. Bob Anderson walks by. I said, I want to see a 9. Bobby said, okay. Okay.
Gary Rakowski's the one that's been really fishing for the 9.
He's been
I think
fishing.
we've seen, what, 5 to 6 attempts from him now?
And I'll be honest, I think he's going to give it a go every time I see him, because I did mention, I said I never streamed a 9, Garrett, and he goes, ho, okay.
Well, I'll make it clear to if any of the teams that are still in this are listening, no one's claimed my Trip 12 out on the 36. If you hit the Trip 12 instead of the double 18, $10 to your name from my bank account.
$10 or get verbally abused by your partners.
Unless you hit it, then you look like a genius.
Oh my goodness. Jeremy says, hello from North Dakota. Well, hello, North Dakotan, Nodakian, as Mr. Dason Alberts called himself the other day.
Dason calls himself a lot of different things.
He does. He does.
I can't say most of them on a microphone. Dylan, also, you're absolutely correct. I learned my lesson.
I just call him Flip Flop from here on out.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that's the nickname, Dason
I
Flip
just want-
Flop Alberts.
What do you call me when I'm not around?
Yeah, you don't want to know. Well, here we go. Adam, man, just starting off with hat after hat after hat. Let's see if he can. Nope, unfortunately not outside there, but anytime you can start off with a hat trick, it's nice, handy.
Turner's turning up. That's no other way to put it. Is he's been performing consistently well and executing pretty great. But Bob's impressed me so much. He's impressive every time he's on the stream. He just seems to like take these high pressure moments and really make the most of them.
We said it earlier, but we want to say it again. Eric starting to throw some steel tip as well, and really kind of doing well with that. He was at the Emmys Midwest Get Down. He made a finals berth, and of course had to play Damon Hedda, but he hung right in there with him. He performed well in that match. You can go check that out on our YouTube or Facebook page if you're interested in checking that one out later. Good match.
And here's the thing, if you've been enjoying our coverage of WAMO, well, don't worry, as we're fast at work in the background here, making sure to highlight some of the greatest moments for you to be able to watch again and again. So that way, and if you don't feel like going through a whole feed, we will have videos out there soon enough, as we've been having a great time covering, and we want to memorialize what is the greatest state tournaments as far as size.
Lawrence saying, hey, y'all. Hello, Lawrence. Hope you're doing well. That's from your neck of the woods, I believe, Florida.
Yep, Lawrence,
right? And then Paul says, watching from the UK. Hello, all. Well, thanks for tuning in from the UK. We hope you're having a great evening over there.
I believe last time I got a peek at Lawrence was when he played with Meredith in the Cherry Bomb that we covered together. We got a good peek of them playing some doubles.
Maybe you're enjoying a nice roast dinner there, Paul. And that's a frequent thing on a Sunday over in the UK. Some Yorkshire puddings. Ooh, that sounds good. Get me all excited. We also get the one and only Mike Maloney joining us too.
Well, let's
so
simmer down the one and only.
The
I'm
one
sure
and
there's
only.
at least 3 other people named Mike Maloney in the world.
one and only online warrior.
All right, all right, all right. Well, look
Give
at
it to
this. Nate hitting a hat trick there to get himself in danger zone close there, and pairing himself up well with Turner as they are looking primed to take this advantage. Yeah, Cooper there. That's frustrating. As now it's guaranteed, even if Bobzine sets up, I mean, there's going to be some freezing going on here. If Turner does take it out, then it won't even be a factor, I guess. But that is not a good round from Paul. Yeah, so Turner and Lisi are just going to try to do what they can here because they're not in any immediate pressure to perform.
Yeah, they're set up, primed to take this leg out, make it 3-2, just one leg away from moving to that 4th place match.
And there you go. Nate taking out 87 there, giving a 3-2 advantage and putting them on match point for banging the neighbor. But that means that if they want to win it without going to a last leg decider, they're going to have to break throw here as Tazbag and Tim Eisner will get the start. Low ton for Eisner to get us going. Not going to make this easy for banging the neighbor.
Trying to put in another, can't do it on the high side. Could be a big round for Jesse. He would love it to be a big round, and unfortunately really isn't. He just hangs right there with Josh.
Yeah, early advantage for Tazbag in this leg. We got main event in chat here, which we saw at NDA. This is going to be the top division, Division 1 here. This is to get into the 4th place matchup, and then we're going to cover the king seat next. Well, the end of the other 5th, 6th match, and then the king seat.
Tell you what, it was great to see you at NDA, Jermaine. Talk about a individual, really respectful individual. I was blown away. I was just, man, quit talking me up like this, brother. You're making me feel too good about myself. Nah, it's great individual from Ohio.
Got Michael saying WAMO on one screen and Rocket Gilding on the other there.
Oh, yeah. PDC is underway, and soon the CDC will be underway. I think they actually already are with their qualifier stuff.
Eisner's going to see if he can set himself up here. Yeah, this is going to be good. He just needs to find one more and stay true. Oh, he goes up to 20, guaranteeing a leave there and potentially even a nicer leave if he collects. 160 there, and a smart shot because he knows right now Nate's a little bit ways away. He might only get one look. He needs to make sure that look is now. I have no issue with that switch up there. Although the way he was hitting the bulls, it probably would have gone in. Yes, as long as Nate doesn't freeze here, there's a good chance that Eisner will get a look. Yeah, let's see if this hurts. Jesse Porter here needs to hit big. Not big enough, though. So that's going to be combined 386 points, meaning that they were 80 points away from freezing. Eisner will get a look at the 160 and needs to collect this. Great start to it. Needs to find one more bowl. And he's going to get a look at the trip 20. And he hits the 160 out. Gives us a big old pump there as we're going to go to a last leg decider here, folks.
Massive, massive check there for Tim Eisner. Man, oh man, single-handedly putting this into a last leg deciding match. Harvey asking, why do Americans play cricket and not 501? We actually play a lot of both. We're seeing a lot more 501 play nowadays than our cricket, but I don't know, man. We just have a thing. A lot of people love cricket. It's a strategic game. It's very strategic. It's entertaining. Some of our best viewership actually comes from cricket. That's just how it is.
I mean, the difference that you're going to hear is that you're going to have a pretty standard checkers type play with 501, while on the other end you're going to see that chess style strategy. It's more one-on-one interaction.
And I wanted to say this too, because this is a this is the thing. There was a comment not too long ago that said, "What's harder to do, a 5.0 in cricket or a 15 dart leg?" And everybody and their mother from the UK mentioned 15 dart leg. No way. We saw it at Las Vegas Open this past year with the likes of Simon Whitlock, Danny Baggish, Leonard Gates, and so many more. Not even sniff a 5.0. Maybe 4.8 was the highest one. So yeah. You know.
Yeah, and of course that is in reference to steel, by the way, with those numbers that he's given there. I have to agree with you, and here's the thing. You have to shoot a 5.0, which means you're throwing that, like, quote-unquote 100 average.
Yeah.
And that also means that you're going against someone that might be doing the same and elongating it, so you're doing that for however many rounds there is the logic there. Lots of preference for different styles of game, and it's also going to be very regional. I mean, we notice even in America, there's different preferences. Some 01 heavy regions, some cricket heavy regions, some 301, some 501. There's so many different formats depending on where you are. But here we go. This is going to be the final leg here. 701, 2 players per score here, as it is going to be full team that plays this last one. Eisner is going to start us off here. Richard asking, why are they switching the tiebreaker to its preset? Unfortunately, they did not actually enable the option to flip the teams there depending on who wins the diddle, as they did kind of a little bit of a change there from what was set this morning. So if there's a tiebreaker for the diddle and the other team wins, that's why. But they still are playing in the same order regardless of what it would have been. It just which team going first is the change up there.
Yeah, there was a special announcement for that one this morning.
On ever so important start here, as everyone's kind of off and running to get this one going here. Oh, look at this. Perfection for the Jansville boys right now. So we've seen hat tricks for both. Paul and Eric really starting things off right here. Or excuse me, Paul and Tim. Yeah, so taking the advantage of the win on the diddle here, and that's going to be a strong opening going for the hat tricks. Continuing strong, one more. Oh, deflects down just barely as it was on the right line, and the dart just kind of blocked that last little bit of the way. Bang and the neighbors just fighting their way in. I want to say those are all in the bowl. Let's see here. He's going to have to back that one up. None of those darts are in the 12. That is for sure. Yeah, I was going to say that looks like a hat trick there from Bobzine. Yeah, going first on 0-1 is crucial. Oh, that is an unfortunate deflection there, as that was definitely on the bowl, but it catches an awkward angle, flipping out and only counting for 100. Now, I will say this just in response to a comment here. With yesterday in the format, now that round robin, it's the same at NDA or other team style events where it's going to be alternating all the way through just because it's total games played and you're going to play out regardless. It's a little different when you're in an elimination style format like this. So a little bit of a difference there between that round robin play every leg format and this best of 7 format here. But of course, we are just here to bring coverage of it and watch the action take place. Oh no. Banging the neighbors there, 21 points. Now really handing the opportunity as this feels like it's Tazbag's game to lose now. Huge advantage there.
Yes, indeed. Sitting on 401. Be handy just to continue on here, but just that one hole out.
Yeah, I mean, right now, trying to see what they can do here, but this is getting to a dire situation as Tazbag's just out in front here and really in a good amount of control. If they can continue bringing that score line down, getting that 361 down to that 200 range, they're going to be so happy with that situation. Needing to get at least one more bull here to put some pressure. Doesn't find it, so now opportunity abounds as a 150 will help close that gap here, but it's going to take a lot to break the throw.
Yes. Yeah, it definitely is going to take a good chunk here. He does get a 150.
And a huge come on there. They're getting fired up knowing that they need to rally. This is it. This is it. If you lose this leg, you're done. You're going home. You're packing your bags and you're getting Dodge out of town here from La Crosse. So no outs now for Tazbag as that was a lax run from both. Let's see how much Megan the Neighbor can really run with this opportunity here. And we're going to have to see. No one's on an out yet. Whoever sets it up first going to give them a strong advantage for their teams. And Eisner collects there. Well timed on that hat trick as he's really hitting his best form of the week right now, honestly.
Yeah, even 146. I mean, I know Tim and Eric played well in that that doubles format, but
yeah, but it definitely really felt like Eric was the one that was hitting everything. I think that bull might be in there. Yeah, he's gonna have to back that one up there. Hitting that last bull is crucial here. Doesn't leave it out, but keeps it right on the tail and really just saying, hey, I'm not going to freeze, but he needs that B score line for bringing the neighbors to set themselves up on an out here, as that's going to be their best chance. And they'll have to dodge 6 match darts if Fast Eddie's is able to set up a score here. And they will. More than likely needs to hit something good here, and does. So now Banging the Neighbor needs to survive 6 darts. They can't freeze here. All they can do is give themselves one chance. 290 needs to be brought down. 110 points is the bare minimum.
Can he do it? Looking promising. Man.
He should have considered going up for a 20 on that one time there, because he knows that that's going to be their only chance at the out. Now they have to survive 6 darts and then at least 3 more. So now it's 9 darts that they have to survive. They're going to survive this first one, though. Yeah, this is a little bit scary. Hanging the neighbors. Hitting a low ton there to keep the scores close. And now, Bobsine, take this out for the Jansville boys. That's a great start. 16 for Bull. Bull for double 8s.
Oh, man. Tazbag into the next round here of our team event finals, as they will advance to the 4th place match. We'll get a quick refresh here. We don't think that other match has concluded yet, so we will try to go out there and grab a score line of happens and mug shots here in just a second's time. But Tazbag into the next round, playing well.
Yeah, absolutely they are. After what was a hard battle for them in the round robin, coming alive and taking out some big teams. Banging the Neighbors averaging that 70% win rate. Augie's in that 80% win rate. Dominant teams in their pods. While Tazbag's 51% win rate doesn't matter today, as they are doing just fine, with their only loss being to the Black Saddle, which is about to play for the King seats.
Well, you may want to double check that update, man, because I got to tell you, I don't know. I think that match may be over, brothers.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting to score here. So we're about to get a update in a moment, but it's going to be a quick action here as Milwaukee Monsters Black Saddle are going to get readied up, going to get some of that liquid aiming fluid in their systems, as they're going to be needing to hit everything.
Well, you can tell that things are wrapping up here at WAMO. This year's Booyah Darts gathers their supplies and gets ready to move on down the road, just like us. We'll be back momentarily. As
I did just get an update here. It looks like Stuff Happens did lose. Mugshots 1 will move on.
Okay, so Mugshots 1 will move on. Next for us is going to be our King Seat match, as we have Black Saddle taking on Milwaukee Monsters, and we'll go ahead and notify them if they would like to play on, we'll probably notify them if they want to play on 31, they can.
We'll go ahead and get them all set up, but don't go far, folks. They're just going to throw a couple warm-ups, and we'll be right back with our coverage here shortly.
What's up, guys? We're sitting here with Phil Glomsky. Glomsky. So, well, you know, so yeah, he's a little taller than me, so I think this will be a little more comfortable. And obviously, you sucked at basketball. So, what got you in the darts?
Well, pretty much just like you said, started getting older, the body was breaking down, and it was just not easy to do anymore. So some buddies of mine that played softball, they all did darts in the winter, and they just...
Miniature golf at all, or?
Nothing's miniature with me. So I just decided that it would make sense to try to give darts a shot, since, they did it. It's like, the line's not that far from the board. How hard can it be?
Yeah.
And then I found out it's a lot more difficult than it looks.
Oh, so today you got the 4-person team event going on?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so now being the tallest person on the team, but like the weakest link, like you would have been off the show already, if it was that show. How do you feel about that, like having these 3 people carry you?
I'm really fortunate that we took first last year, because if it wasn't for that, I know that I was on the chopping block and I really would have had to beg for my spot. So I'm really glad that you guys carried me far enough that I was able to stick around, and hopefully, it gives me one more chance.
So if they dump you after when, hold on one sec.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, oh yeah. No, at 4 o'clock. Yeah, 4-person team. Oh my God. We went to this place to eat last night. It was, yeah, they got some food. Oh.
What are we doing? We're cutting?
Now you'll be...
1 hour later.
All right, man. All right, have a good one. All right, bye. Sorry, had to take that.
All right, you good now?
Yeah. He just wanted to know what I ate last night. All right, so anything you want to add? Looking forward to tonight, and are you nervous at all?
No, because when I don't have to do a lot, it's really easy. And so...
Yeah, I got to get to the hot tub, man. Hot tub time is calling me. We're kind of pressed for time, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Glomowski, Mickey Mousky. All right, have a good day, guys.
Well, hello, everybody. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than Steve Hilger, also known as AKA Porky. How are you doing, good sir?
Good, man. Hungry, tired, the usual stuff.
The standard affair.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this is a little different because normally we catch you on the Porky Cam or in the finals of events.
Yeah.
As you had a great start to your week with the doubles cricket finish with Garrett Rakowski. How did it feel placing first back-to-back years?
It's good because last year was the first time they did the doubles cricket. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, yeah, it's good, especially with this competition. Wisconsin is so overloaded with great shooters in both 501 and cricket. So it was definitely a good accomplishment for us. So.
Yeah, I mean, we're telling people, so many comments are like, why isn't this player playing this? Why isn't this player? Because people think that we're watching a national level competition, but this is actually just the largest state tournament. I mean, how crazy does it feel to see a room out here of so many faces and so many competitors in darts?
Oh, it is. I mean, we've had so many great players in Wisconsin. You had, Benny Dersch, Scotty Kirshner, Scotty Miller, and so many others that come up. Big Dog used to come up and shoot Wisconsin State. So, I mean, in reality, it is kind of like a national tournament when you had some of the best in the nation playing in this at one time. So,
well, it certainly has been a great time at this location. Now, to the people that are going to be watching this interview or seeing you on the broadcast, taking names and winning trophies, is there anything you want to say to those people that have been watching along with you and supporting you along the way?
No, I mean, thank you for the support. I get stopped, and now Garrett's getting recognized, and he's getting stopped, and that's what I shoot darts for. It's not to win the money, and I love the competition, I love the people, and the attention that we get is very it's nice. It makes me feel good, and I love entertaining people basically with darts. Especially if they love watching me shoot with my bar darts. You know, it's you can do it with any dart, man. You know, you just got to practice. So
Yeah, it's not just the equipment; it's the user at the end of the day.
Yep.
Well, we're excited to continue seeing your work on the live stream, work on the dartboard, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck at your WAMO venture here.
yes, I'm gonna try to win some more today. So we'll see.
Looking forward to it.
What are we doing?
Well, I don't know what to do with my hands. Well, alrighty, folks, it looks like we're off to the races and running here. This should be a good one, as we are getting our King Seat match. Milwaukee Monsters taking on Black Saddle. Of course, this is a familiar matchup if you watch last year's coverage of WAMO, as they are going to be ready to do a good one here. Some of those Black Saddle boys haven't seen it in the stream as much as we normally do, so we're excited to see them here and ready to go. They're just getting their lineups put in place. Of course, Black Saddle being that team of Matt Graff, Scuba Steve Diker, Bob Anderson over there. And those boys are looking good. And John Pilgrim, of course, as well as Kyle filling in yesterday as John was not able to play. Milwaukee Monsters on the other end here. Garrett Rukowski, Jeff Johnson, Phil Mickey Mowski, and Porky Steve Hilger here. So this is going to be a great time. We're going to have a good show here as these boys are going to be playing their best. Alrighty. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know who you're cheering for and what you want to see, because this final is set to give you just about everything that your heart's content could have possibly wanted. It's going to be to see who gets their spot guaranteed in the final here. So Milwaukee Monsters, Black Saddle, best of 7. So it's going to be the format that we are used to seeing at this point here. A lot of people going Milwaukee Monsters, a lot of people going Black Saddles, as these teams both have a great following here and are well known in their areas and well known across the nation. Honestly, every one of these guys are top-notch shots, and that's why we've been seeing them perform so well and do so much success in the dart scene here. Jeff Johnson gonna see what he can do, as Scuba Steve had a little bit of a lax start there, so he's gonna have to try to make up for that lost distance as Matt and as Porky. There's now 2 Steves. I'm gonna get messed up, so we're gonna stick with Porky and Scuba. Jeff Johnson not gonna struggle, hitting that 150 to get things going there. Matt Graff just taking a moment to get that composure, a little bit more of that like methodical style of play. And he's just going to get things going immediately here on those pulls. Getting out to that 285 range, again, nothing fancy, but those low tons is what's going to cause you the most success. Hitting consistently those nice intricate rounds in between. Yes, so the big explosive rounds, the big hits are going to feel the best. But overall, just hitting what you need to hit when you need to hit it, that's what matters.
Scuba. Steve Diker now stepping up. 3-9-2. Gotta make sure he gets his 2 bowls in a rounds. And looking for extra credit on this assignment. Not gonna get it though. Dan Levine saying, let's hope Garrett doesn't make Matt sit on the ground again, as that is a funny moment that caught on our stream, as Matt seems to do a ballerina's twirl into a crisscross applesauce position in one fluid movement. It was something crazy, and is now one of our favorite pictures we have is Garrett just looks confused as Matt Graff is just sitting on the ground in the middle of a match. It was funny stuff there. Back-to-back hat tricks for Jeff Johnson. Getting him out in front by a significant portion now. Matt Graff and Steve Diker need to make sure to leave themselves on outs, as Jeff Johnson is assuredly going to do so. Just going to focus on bringing it down from there, leaving himself at 169, which is a bogey, but having faith that Steve Diker make up the distance. Hilger and Jeff Johnson, on the other hand, and see if they're going to do much of the same. Porky's last go there, 150. Another 150 put him at that 146 spot. And looking good to do so. Plenty of room in there. And Stacks right on top of those 2 darts, using him as a comfortable backboard there. Getting back-to-back hat tricks for Porky. Steve Diker not going to be able to leave an out now, and that's a bad time for him to do that. Him and Matt are on bogeys, as Steve Hilger and Jeff Johnson are surely going to both be on outs.
Yes, the teardown process kind of starts to begin here, as I was wrapping up a few cables in the meantime while we're waiting on this match to get underway, but we are definitely cruising along here now. That is a little weird.
Well, there we go. So Hilger getting down to 74. Wanted to get a little bit more than that. Scuba Steve, though, needs to bring this down by a lot so Matt Graff gets a shot. And honestly, unless he hits anything less than perfection, he has to get below 74 to guarantee Matt a look. Yeah, not going to do so now. As long as Jeff Johnson doesn't bust, it doesn't matter if he doesn't take it out, as they'll guarantee Hilger will get a look for this first leg. Combined 148 now, which means he exactly as long as he doesn't, his next 2 darts aren't deleted into the void, he's fine. Needs to make sure not to bust here on that double 12, which is a pretty safe region to shoot at, so he can go right for this out.
He certainly can. We'll see if he ends up with it. No, it's just a single 12 instead.
No, but Matt Graff can only bring this down to 2 or 4 points. So he won't be able to shoot here.
Not 8. Yeah, just going to bring it down to 2.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Hoping that Porky has a slack round to give Diker the chance. Bull for double 12.
Oh,
for that trip 14
yeah,
round.
that's a smart move, because he sets
Guarantees
up
the dart.
2 darts at it, and he's well below with that one. That was interesting there.
Yeah, he kind of dragged that one. So Steve Diker, 148 after back-to-back slack rounds, could hit a huge moment here to get them on the board. And Not get broken. No. Catching outside the bowl there. Needs to change the song on the headphones. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You see the boys up there flashing, go up, go up, go up. As he could have froze back with back-to-back trip 20s. But, yeah, Steve Eicher not feeling it. So now they have to survive 6 more match starts. Jeff Johnson getting a moment to really compose himself. Gonna shoot right at that double 6. And he hits it on the first. Milwaukee Monsters come out the gates with that first leg there and break the throw. So now Filthy going to start us off here. 6'8", by the way.
Is that the height, huh?
Yes.
6 foot.
Because Big Dog is 6'7", and they had a whole discussion about this.
Oh, okay. Okay. We can just see the corner of the head there. If he moves over we are definitely getting a blocked view, but we had a test. We had a couple tests with this bad boy to make sure we were good.
Make sure he's good. I do like that the Mickey Mouse key seems to be sticky that Steve Hilger started. So that's funny stuff there. Yeah, Scuba is having a lax couple throws here. Needs to start coming alive and just get comfortable as they have been playing great so far. They did 4-0 in their last match, if I'm not mistaken, against Mugshots 1.
Wow, what a score line there. As Mugshots and Tasback are on 225, so a little bit down the way, but still playing it out.
Now Pilgrim gonna work his way in.
Getting a little.
Oh, it is in.
Get a question from Ryan here. He says, wait, Garrett is on this team? Yes, he is. So you're seeing split. There's two people playing for Monsters, 2 people playing for Black Saddle in this one. So Garrett and I'm guessing Jeffrey will play the next leg together.
Yeah, the format's preset, and
Yep.
they have a whole booklet there for the WAMO rules, so they know when they set their lineup that it's going to be set for the rest of the way here. So basically, you play the first 2, you sit for 3 is kind of the style of play here. Yeah, there's a team setup here. If it does go to a last leg decider, every member of the team plays 2 people per score.
I will say we haven't seen any of Scuba Steve or any of Bob Dyker this week, so it's nice to get them on the stream here now.
Yeah, so we've been missing ourselves some Scuba Steve.
Porky will step in looking for a hat to make this a 247 score, and he does get that.
Yeah, great moment there for Porky. Putting a lot of pressure on Pilgrim to find some. And once Pilgrim finds one, he usually finds all. That looks to be in. Yeah, the board misregistered there.
That is weird that it's not
He like showing
anything.
any
Yeah.
text on the screen, right?
Must be a little error with the scoreboard here, but
I almost wonder if it's just on our end or if they don't see it too. I mean, these guys all have the board memorized by this point, so.
it could be just on our end. I mean, we may just have to reset the board afterwards, but
That
it is
so
a little
strange.
bit weird that we're not getting those score by score or dart by dart updates.
Yeah, a little different. Let's just say it. The D1 guys have broken in our board pretty good here as they've been hitting it and lighting it up nonstop. Phil just going to keep chucking away here, looking for a Hattie. Looking for a Hattie ice. There we go, leaving a 171 there on his next go-round. First one to leave an out. Black Saddle, if they want to break, needs to make sure they leave themselves on outs right behind. Because 171's a hard one. 135 would be a lot more doable. As Diker's kind of like pulling his dart a little bit more than normal on his release. He normally has a pretty direct follow through, but he's kind of almost yanking his arm on that very end there as he's maybe releasing his dart just a tad bit later and it's kind of following the position there. I wonder if that's kind of what's been going on with the stroke or not.
Yeah, Porky unhappy with himself there.
Yeah, he doesn't want that dart on the sandwich. Porky likes sandwiches.
Yeah,
Wasn't like the
but
best joke.
Yeah, that was not a great joke at all.
I mean, I wouldn't want any darts on my sandwich personally.
What in the world, Nick?
Well, Filthy's the only one on an out. John is going to make sure he's on an out. So if the 171 doesn't go, John Pilgrim's going to be looking great.
Double bull to leave 94 as the Beers of Black Saddle are at it again in reference to their quality jerseys from basketball.
Basketball.
The nice,
let's see if he bets the
movie.
19s here. He's looking at them. Not going to do so. Now has to switch back to the Bulls to leave 52. Yeah, so Phil 96. As long as Steve makes sure that John gets the swing here, Black Saddle might be able to break. Oh, he needs to sneak one more bullet. He might have to. You might just have to go for the cover shot here, Scuba. Sometimes the cover shot's okay. And he hits it anyways. Never mind. Now Hillier with 187 here.
Not going to be able to, but wants to take this down.
No, if he hit a 180, it would have froze. So he did a swing.
Yeah, you got to take it as far down as you can.
A 180 would have froze by 2 points. So now John Pilgrim will get a look at this 94. And with Filthy right behind, he needs to capitalize on this opportunity. Going for that bull route first. So let's see how he breaks it from here. 12 for double 16. Right at it. Doesn't collect. Bank card declined. Filthy to shoot 96 now.
Definitely a difficult dart there for Pilgrim.
He can go that 20 route if he likes, but more likely he's going to go for that bull 14 double 16 route. Oh, he did go for that 16 first approach. Now going to go for that bull double 15.
And he can't find it. Drops into the single two, but does recover with the nice bull there to leave 28. But
Scuba's going to get a dive in for 105.
See if he can capitalize to make this a 1-1 scoreline here.
5 for bull. Bullseye.
Scuba does just that. We'll take a quick look at the replay there. Quality 105 check from Scuba Steve Diker.
Yeah, after struggling a little bit there, really started to come alive, and good stuff there as he needed that leg to make it 1-all here in this king seat matchup.
Bob leads us off with a 117 opener here. And this Division I king seat.
You can see Phil's head creep into that board camera there. That 6'8" stature. A serious demeanor, but he's actually a super nice guy. And if you haven't heard that interview between him and Steve Hilger, it is phenomenal. It is great stuff.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
The second best interview other than the one with Joel. awkward placement for Pilgrim there. As exactly, gets caught up. Hanging a little bit on that one hole there. Has to throw from the side if he wants to continue throwing at this bull. And really needs to connect this one to keep the pressure on Milwaukee Monsters. Gets underneath it and gives a little look away as he's happy with that dart. But here we go, the bullet, Garrett Rakowski now stepping up after getting a first 2 legs to take a little porky snooze.
Wonder if he was over there snoozing or not. I'm sure Garrett's not wanting to do that normally. He's
No.
pretty amped up. He's cheering on his teammates as he puts in a 150 start there. Just a reminder, this was your finals last year. Black Saddle versus this Milwaukee Monsters team.
If I'm not mistaken, didn't Black Saddle come out on top and then Milwaukee Monsters came back to win it all? Is that right?
Yeah.
I want to say so. I think they
I believe
played.
it was a double dip situation.
It sounds about right. Let's see what Phil can do here. Yeah, he needs to get at least 2 bulls in. He doesn't want to make freeze out Garrett. So if Pilgrim and Bob continue to point like they have been, Garrett's going to have to play near perfect, if not perfect. And he will go for this 9 dart attempt, by the way. He's going to take a shot at a triple. Especially in this situation, I think he has to.
Rakowski to continue on here.
He's been fishing for this 9
Look
darter,
at
so many
this.
different attempts at it. Oh!
That is dirty.
No
That
way!
is dirty.
Get out of here. That was a great dart at it.
That certainly looked to be in.
You can't let that frustrate him too much, as it was still well thrown. Needs to transition back to this bull successfully here to continue the pressure on Black Saddle. And he does. Still coming up with a 130 there, but he's worried about the potential freeze if Bob and John keep doing what Bob and John have been doing.
Bob kind of brushes that one off, and you can see that little hop there from Bob is his typical like setting motion.
Yeah. Very methodical otherwise,
Yeah.
but that one, he does have a little bit of a hop there. Not able to get the bull in the last start, not leaving it out.
It's definitely not Jeffrey Johnson methodical, but
No.
it's methodical.
Listen, Jeffrey Johnson has a system, and he sticks to it.
It's straight Andrew Gelding with it. I mean,
And
he
you respect the
literally
guy with a system.
comes to the line, the same thing every time he comes to the board. It's the same exact motion. Same for Garrett. He kind of adjusts the glasses, gets ready, settles in, does his little ghost throw, looks down at the line, makes sure he's good, and then throws.
Yep, absolutely the case here. Eric's saying, can we do a dial shot for Filthy? He needs to loosen up. He doesn't normally shoot like this. He actually talked about it. He broke his foot, right? And he was so this is true. This is the conversation I had with him. He broke his foot, and he decided to play regardless of the fact that he had the boot on, and he started to wobble a little bit more. And he thought, okay, well, as soon as my foot's healed, get it off, I'm going to be back to playing darts like normal. But ever since then, he lost a lot of muscle memory because he tried to play when he shouldn't have.
Bob, if he hits a 150 here, would leave 42, but it's not going to be. The factor is kind of Garrett right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, as long as Filthy doesn't freeze, Garrett's looking prime. Looking for at least one more. Oh, this is very dangerous territory. John can definitely freeze here. He just needs John. If John hits 2 bulls, he has to get below 59 points. That's the number he's looking for here Doesn't even need to take this out. And honestly, if I was his team, I would say don't worry about taking out a combo shot like 149. Let Bob go up and take it. And here, that's exactly what he's going to do.
It's that big 20. Which looked like a triple to us. Certainly did for Garrett. It's not going to have the look here. He kind of does a little head nod like, okay, well, just set it up here.
Yeah, he's going to bring it down to 2 or 4 points if he can. Trip 11 would leave 4, but it's an awkward one. You can't go into that trip 14 and you don't want to bust, as he needs to make sure Phil will get a look. He does go for it and hits it dead center there. Well thrown dart from the bullet.
But 88 for Bob to make it 2-1.
And to get their first advantage of the match.
You just see the look and determination on the face of these guys.
They are serious.
Look at Graf walking around back there, just trying to keep his mind off things. Right in the heart of the bowl for Bob Anderson to make it 2-1.
And that's a smart way to shoot it. If you're going to shoot at that 88 there, if you go for that 19 first, hit the double, you get 2 darts at it, or single. But if you go the other way around, hit a bowl and then go inside on the double 19, it won't leave you a shot. So well thrown shot there, and showing Bob Anderson wavering off his experience.
In will step Jeffrey Johnson and Garrett Rakowski for Monsters, Matt Graff and Bob Anderson for Black Saddle here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great hole to throw from Black Saddle, and Jeff Johnson was playing perfect when we first saw him here, and I expect to see a lot more of that consistency as he's really in form today.
Porky is back here. We'll just go ahead and ask. You know off the top of your head how long Jeffrey's been playing?
Let's say maybe 20, 25 years.
20, 25 years. Wow. What about yourself?
30 years.
30 years this year for the likes of Steve Hilger. I want to ask the same question to Bob and Scuba, is what I'd like to know on that one.
A room full of wisdom.
Yeah. But you got to think Milwaukee Monsters has at least 55 years experience right there. That's a pretty good chunk.
If you want to call him old, you can just call him old, but that's kind of rude.
Garrett's been in this game for a little while as well as I believe his grandmother posted a picture of him back at his first WAMO. Yep. Babyface Garrett was something else, let me tell you.
I think I used to give him quarters to play the video games to get away from us when he was a kid at the city tournament in Milwaukee.
Is that still an option? Can I claim the quarters now?
Hilger, that may not have caught that one. He said, I think I gave him quarters back in the day, so he wouldn't annoy us at the line.
Well, he's still annoying us at the line to this day. Jeff Johnson stepping up now, trying to match that hat trick that Bob Anderson just threw for us. Oh, catching that left side there, going to need to throw dead center, and catches it well. So we'll see what happens here with Matt Graff stepping up. I mean, he is as serious as ever right now, doing some toe taps and line dancing as he gets set up here to bring down the 393.
Okay, I got checked. It was his mother, not his grandmother. I thought it was his grandmother that's in it. But, whoopsies. Don't kill me, Ma. Actually, Mom and Dad are in the hall right now. They've been here all weekend. Dad's been in and out of our booth hanging out too, so kind of cool to see that.
It's super cool to not only meet these players, but meet the extended families and really see from their perspective as they've watched their family play through the game, their children play through the game. It is certainly a cool bird's eye view of the scenario. Bob Anderson with a hat on the last. Let's see how he approaches this one. He's focused on just playing for the 10 as he was going right at those bulls there. Personally, with the fact that Garrett and Jeff are sitting at the 280 range, probably should have considered taking a look for that 9. But that could just be me asking for it, as I've been begging to see a 9 dart on the stream. If only Garrett would take this game more seriously, we would have seen one.
We'll slide another question in here for Porky, because it got asked, what division did you first start off with at WAMO?
In state here, my first year was here in La Crosse in '97, and I shot level 7 singles.
Level 7 singles, folks, is where
Yeah.
in 1997, way back in the yonder days,
Yeah.
when Will was just a tyke at 6 years young.
I wasn't even born for another year.
Yeah.
You weren't even a thought of at that time.
I've been in Division 1 ever since, in '98.
Say that again?
Yeah, so '97 I was in level 7, and then '98 I shot singles in level 1, and pretty much level 1 ever since.
Well, there you go, folks. Little input from Hilger there. As we do forget, he's in the middle of a match right now, just hanging out with us.
3-game sit. I'm not in a match right now.
He said, I got a 3-game sit. I'm perfectly fine, not in a match right now at all.
Take a nap.
You can see Garrett here going to see if he can be the first one to set up on an out. And he will do so, as Matt Graff, unfortunately, on the last start, caught the wire. So it's going to be up to Bob Anderson to see if they can match with an out of their own.
Yeah, and I do want to go get a score line on that mugshot Taz Bags match, or Taz Bag match if we can. Oh, Steve's going to go ahead and knock that out for us, so.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know what you did, but it seems like you just are putting him to work too much. You got to understand.
Well, he's hired officially as a security guard /
That lady from last night has something to say about that title. Hat trick there from Bob Anderson. So Bob and Garrett setting themselves up. Now up to Jeff and Matt to make sure they can shoot at these outs.
For those that didn't tune into our covers last night, it was quite funny. Hilger was security guard for a matter of like 5 minutes, and then a young lady took over, and man, she was fierce. She almost told Nick, you better walk around.
I tried to walk back here. She said, no one can go through these doors. And then someone said, no, he's the one that can go through the doors.
Oh, it's 2-1 mug shots right now. They're looking pretty good. It might tie it up.
There we go, as the voice everybody really wants to hear lets us know the score line of that one.
Oh, Graff's going to match Jeff Johnson here. Yeah, keeping right up in there and giving him a come on. As now Garrett will get the first look at an out 1-3-8 to make this 2-all in this match for Milwaukee Monsters. A little bit of an awkward placement. He's going to have to get around that dart if he chooses to stay on the bull. Yep, now down to the double 19 for the bullet. And hits it there, gives a little fist to the side, averaging a 41.75. And you can just see the look of determination glimmering off his glasses.
Glistening off his hair.
Yeah. Giving some love to the teammates here as it is 2 apiece. And John Pilgrim going to get to start off in this next leg here. Right now, we've been seeing a lot of holds of throw.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of hold of throws here as it's 2-2 now. Get that score line updated for you folks.
Yeah, so John Pilgrim and Matt Graff taking on Jeff Johnson and Phil Mickey Mowski. Hilger laughing in the back because that's what he said in the interview, but it's been sticking. Everybody in chat has been calling him that, so I hope you know.
I don't think it's
you forced that one on him.
I don't think it's filthy anymore. It's definitely Mickey Mowski from now on.
Going from such a serious name to such a goofy one is kind of funny.
We're definitely gonna have to get him some ears and let him rock 'em.
It's right down the road from me in Florida, so won't be hard to do. Jeff Johnson starting off with a hat. As he's really, he is playing his best starts of the last 2 weeks right now. Matt Graff answering with a hat trick right back to Jeff Johnson. It's so funny seeing the different pacing of the match, right? When Jeff Johnson goes up, followed by Matt Graff, they're both such methodical, mechanical players. Kind of changes the pacing up a little bit here. And even Phil's the same way. These guys are all pretty slower paced players. Finding a low ton there and doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, good shot from Mickey Mouski. I can't help it anymore. This
No,
is
it is his name
sticking.
now.
It's sticking.
Filthy just feels dirty to say, a la Filthy. Well, Jeff Johnson might want to consider taking a look here. Let's see what he does. Porky saying he's a little bit more the traditional style of just going right at the bull here. And yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's already dialed in on it. I mean, he's hitting 2 every single time, if not 3.
You can see the concentration there. Any idea on what he's jamming to?
No clue. I think it's Barry Manilow, I want to say. Barry Manilow.
Could be Barry White. My first,
that would
my
be
last.
Yeah, it could be. Lou Rawls or something. You'll never find.
Listen, if there's only going to be one person to sing back here, it's going to be Porky, not you, Will.
Oh, my gosh.
I am making a firm decision here.
Got a good one for the Y. The scores for each dart not showing up at the bottom like usual where the darts are. We honestly have no idea why that's happening. As you can see there, it's not registering. Is it happening out there too?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is not just through our feed. It's the board itself that's just kind of having a little malfunction here. So maybe we can get that updated right after this. They did?
Yeah,
okay. And it didn't work. So that is unfortunate. Maybe we'll play the rest out on 231 then, just to be safe. That's why we've got 2 streaming boards. We were hoping for 3, but unfortunately where we set up, we didn't have that extra board. Maybe next year, it looks like we maybe get 3 or 4 with where we're going to set up. So,
if it's less than 10 boards, I mean, who cares, right? That's what I've been saying since day one. As Draft does find that 150.
Jeffrey Johnson sitting at 244. Can bring this down to a reasonable amount here. What would it be? 94 potentially. That's exactly what he does. Leaves 94 remaining. Graff gonna have to pull this down and kind of wait on what Phil does.
Shot from Pickle, or comment from Pickle98 saying, "Hi Porky, shot against WizKid in my first look at the draw a while back, and we're using bar darts. Told me all about you when we beat him." So there you go.
Awesome. I love pickles and I love pickles.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's
thank goodness we didn't have the mic on you then. Because
well, Filthy really needs to collect here. If not, Jeff Johnson will not get a look at this 94 after going low ton hats. Getting down to 186. So John here, as long as he finds at least one bull, will freeze Jeff Johnson. This is an important dart for him. Needs to make sure. And he does. Jeff Johnson will be froze on his go around here, looking to get him down to 2 or 4 points, give or take. And giving Matt Graff a shot at 51. John Bonnell saying, great job streaming the matches this year, gentlemen. Well, thank you, John. Great to see you as always. As you and the Ritz team did phenomenal, and you played great yourself.
Yeah, making a run. Second place in the singles cricket event, so good week here for you, John. Always good seeing you.
Matt Graff, we'll get a look at the 51 here. See if he goes right at that 17 or chooses the split. He went right at it and collects, getting themselves to match point for the Black Saddle team, but no breaks of throw as Monsters will get the start in this next leg here, leg number 6 in this match.
Oh, this is kind of shaping up exactly like last year's event, where Black Saddle won the king seat.
Oh no, they almost did the sit down. Did you see that?
Oh, he thought about it. He thought about it
there.
We did have a crazy moment. What was it, a couple days ago, maybe a day ago, where Garrett and Steve were playing Matt and John, and well, apparently the 2-tap thing is a monsters
deal
shake, and Matt gave him the 2 taps as he walked by, and there was some discrepancy on that one as Matt turned around and literally went from standing to sitting in like 0.2 seconds. It was kind of a crazy. I almost felt bad for Matt's knees there, as I thought, I don't know how he just didn't break something there. But how about this? Over 500 viewers currently for this one. We definitely appreciate you joining us, whether it be on our Facebook and or YouTube pages, folks. Thanks for joining us here for our coverage of the team event here in Wisconsin for WAMO 2023.
Diker, which did have a big out on his last go run, has been struggling in the scoring department, and hopefully during that sit there that he had can really dial it back in. It's going to be up to the Garrett and Steve duo to bring this to a last leg decider, as we've seen them win multiple championships, multiple prizes. Hilger hitting the Bulls here. Needs to do so and keep up with Garrett. And he does keep up with Garrett. He says, Garrett, I'm better than you by 1 point, and you should know it. So good stuff there. Steve Diker needs to make sure he gets back in line to give Bob Anderson a shot. Needs to find one more bull. This is getting dangerous for him. Give Steve a little frustrated because he is an extremely capable player and not representing himself as he normally is. Rakowski to set up first. And no matter what, he will get the first look at an out. Hat trick there to leave 86. Phenomenal position for him to be in. Bob Anderson, well, hitting everything right now. Only so much you can do in this particular situation. All he can do is guarantee that he'll get an outs. Yeah, he's going to try to set himself up nicely. Still on for an 11 dart leg. Hilger, on the other hand, here can make this really hard for Scuba Steve to unfreeze Bob. Yeah, there we go. He's just hitting the bulls again. Another hat trick as he says, Garrett, I'm still 1 point better than you. So Steve Diker, there's a combined score of 171. Needs to get below that threshold, and really there's not enough, and that won't be enough. So Bob Anderson will not get a shot at the 11 dart leg here.
He's not going to get the look, and that's difficult, as this is squared away to go to a last leg decider here in this one.
Yeah, it is certainly pretty much written in stone at this point. Rakowski for 86 can shoot it any way he likes with no immediate pressure. Going for the traditional trip 18 double 16 approach. Hits it in 45.55 for him there. It is 3-all, down to a tiebreaker to see who moves on to the finals and who goes to that third place match here. This is exciting stuff going on and some drama at the line. Scuba Steve to do the diddle. Hitting that outside rim. Barely in the bowl there. As I forgot, only Steves are allowed to diddle in this match. So here we go for the last leg here.
And man, is it getting interesting here in this one. Who is going to advance? We're going to have to find out and see. As we'll take a look over here as we get some love, some taps. Steve says, yep, we're good. Jeffrey looking for another, grabs another. It's 5.99 on the board. A 102 opener for him. And just a reminder, this is a 4-person format here in this one. So all four players for Black Saddle, all 4 players for Monstas. Monstas will play in this leg. So definitely a little bit difficult to establish the rhythm here.
Yeah, it certainly is the case. But Matt Graff not having any trouble, starting off with a hat trick there for the Black Saddle boys. Doing just one high five there. So Garrett, make sure, don't give 2. Things happen when that happens. But this is all business for the boys right now. As much as they are all friends, this is serious stuff. This is to get a guaranteed spot in the finals. So Bob Anderson gonna step up here. catching the wrong side of his dart there. Needs to make sure to get a low ton if he can, and he does. As he's been playing real consistent himself. I mean, all these guys are kind of hitting their best darts now as much as they can, and they need to. I mean, this is a tough, tough, tough bracket. Filthy. Outlaying the bottom of the bowl there, just needs to throw it right on top of those darts to place it in, and he does. Hitting a hat trick of his own there. Milwaukee Monsters off to a good start. Steve Diker now to try to continue the perfect score line. Looking for a hat trick himself. Oh, this would be good timing for him to show up.
Oh, just on the outside there. 104 for Diker.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. Those A score lines are tied up at the moment. If the B score lines stay tied up, the advantage will still be in the Milwaukee Monsters' favor, considering the fact that they have the throw. And Pilgrim knows he needs to match. The more distance you give them, the harder it is. Well, look at this for Pilgrim. Oh, it just deflects out. Just barely hitting that 4. Well thrown dart, but it was too contested of a region. Advantage starting to slip into Monster's favor. So now he's going to keep working on these bulls here. As Jeff Johnson has been on fire. And continues to be on fire. Hitting a hat trick there and giving a lot of pressure. Matt Graf gives a little point of respect saying, yep, that was a great shot right there. Knowing it's going to force him to play well. Graf's immediately frustrated, and this is not good. Not good at all.
Kalski looking to stay right there for more. Does so. 298 the lead for him. Bob really needs to hit here. He needs to capitalize and fill this up.
Yeah, if he does anything less, they're not going to get a clean look.
You can see him kind of...
Might have to go for coverage.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to here.
No, it looks like he's trying to force it.
Oh. And he gets it. Big hit there from Mr. Bob Anderson.
Yeah, that was a great thrown dart, but isn't going to be enough, as there's not really a good opportunity for them to leave an out for the Black Saddle boys.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is all in the hands of the Monsters right now if they can just continue trucking on. Once again, this is the D1 King seat for the team event here.
See what Filthy does here. Does stay on the bull for all three, hitting a hat trick there. So on this A score line with Steve Dyke repping it, needs to just bring as low as he can and hope that his partner on the B score line will set up an out. So only hitting 72 there. Porky gonna see if he can leave it out now. And then the only opportunity that will be left is if we can see a 1-5-7 following him.
And he'll go for the cover to leave 180. Great shot there from Hilger.
That's an amazing shot, but a very risky one at that. Is hitting the bull there to bring down the points might have been a better option if he missed, but he didn't, so it doesn't matter. 1-5-7 needed for Pilgrim. He needs the switch.
And tries it. Can't find it though, so Johnson with the 149 op here to guarantee a first or second place finish in this team event.
Yeah, and right now with their score line being at a combined 329, it's going to be really hard for Black Saddle to get a shot at now at any points from here. Oh, there we go. First one's good. Can go bull for trip 13. Can do a couple different switch ups. Let's just see how Jeff Johnson approaches this. Going down for that trip at 19. Over to the double 16 here for a great combination finish. Matt Graff hands in the air. And almost connects Jeff Johnson. Hitting a 1-3-3 there. I mean, that is just respect as he hit that phenomenally. There was no going for the bull, going for the safer shot. No, there was, I'm going to hit this the way that you should be hitting this. Great attempt there. Matt Graff, all he can do is set up a shot and pray that he'll get a chance to shoot it. Needs to leave an out here. Working his way. Finding those bulls and hitting a hat trick there. Good time for that, as does put a little bit of pressure here. As long as Garrett doesn't bust, which you can't bust the 180, means that there's going to be a lot of freezing going on, but you have to have that never say die mentality. There's going to be a lot of nerves, a lot of pressure here.
But
Garrett shooting right at this 180.
He could hit this here. Oh, right on top of their one hole outside the triple bed. Still cleans it up to leave 50 here, but opportunities for Milwaukee Monsters as Black Saddle kind of is unfortunately eyeing that third place matchup right now.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to be the situation here. Not much the Black Saddle Boys can do at this spot. They're going to hope for a lot of misses. Phil Mickey Mousey filthy. Double 8 needed here. I will get 6 darts for the out. Finds it on the first. Milwaukee Monsters moves on and guarantees a spot in the finals as the Black Saddle Boys sitting in that third place position here. So we're looking to see what the conclusion is on the Mugshots 1 versus Taz Bag matchup, as that should be just about finished up, if not finishing up now.
Yeah, we're going to just kind of quickly go over and zoom in for an overhead look here, as it's going to be awfully difficult for us to kind of see that scoreboard as they are a good distance down, but we're going to zoom in as best we can and see what our score line is for you folks. So bear with us. We'll be right back with more action here live from WAMO 2023 as we look to enter into our last 3 positions in this team Division 1 event. I believe that Mugshots just put one in, and that may be it. Let's check. Yes, it looks like Mugshots did just win that match, folks. So Derek just stepped in to go ahead and win that one over the Taz Bag team. So, hey, Mugshots versus Black Saddle next here. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. I am Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than Travis Wilkinson, a co-director here at WAMO, going on in La Crosse, Wisconsin here. Travis, how are you doing?
Good, really good.
Well, we're excited to be out here to cover what is the biggest state tournament in North America. Can you just tell us how you feel about the number of participants that are going on in here and all the players that have come out for this event?
We get everybody from all over the state. It's a record number this year, and everyone loves La Crosse because there's restaurants, bars, everything. So it's kind of like the perfect time or perfect place for all the people to go.
I mean, it certainly feels like that. I look a little out of places. It's a little wind chill out here, and I'm rocking my normal Florida attire. Yeah, how does it feel? Last year we were in the Dells, and now we're over at the Crosse Center. How do you like the venue this year?
I really like the venue. The Dells is fun, but I kind of like it where it's just cleaner. Everyone loves it better. Like, just the area. I love the area. Like the Dells, it's hard to go anywhere, but this place is just, you can walk anywhere and be anywhere in 5 minutes.
Well, we're certainly excited to be here. Now, you have a little bit of an interesting position because not only are you a co-director for this event, but also on top of that, you're a player yourself. How does it feel to kind of be on two different sides of the coin?
It's interesting because when you're playing, you're still kind of thinking of the bracket running and making sure it's running. But once you do it enough, you get used to it, and it's nice because then you have a bit different perspective on how players would want it and how it should be run, kind of thing. Some people don't play, but they know they run at tournaments. They don't see the other side of it.
Well, it certainly gives you some insight here. Can you talk about, like, what are some of the harder parts of running an event like this with so many different players involved and everything?
The toughest part is just making sure everyone's keeping up, the forfeits and everything. This year's our first year we moved to all automatic scoring, which definitely really increased the speed of the tournament. We don't have to worry about paper and finding people with the paper, and so it's definitely been a lot faster this year.
Well, it's certainly going by quickly. You blink and all of a sudden you're a couple days in and everyone seems to be having a great time out there. Now, there's going to be some people that are going to be watching our coverage over on USA Darts here and seeing this, and maybe even some locals that are like, you know what, I need to get back into playing darts. What advice would you give to somebody that wants to get back in after watching this wonderful event take place?
I mean, come and try it. I think you're going to be surprised how different it's been. If you were playing before and now coming back, it's going to be pretty different because with CompuSport and everything, it's just a different animal.
Well, we're certainly excited to see how this beast continues to unfold here at the largest state dart tournament. Of course, I am Nick Dichiria, joined by Travis Wilkinson, and thank you for having the time to chat with me.
You're welcome.
Alrighty, here we go, folks, with our third place matchup in this team event for Division 1. We did have a individual asked to scan over Division 7. The only issue with that is this is the only matchups in this hallway right now. This is all we have access to. We did take down our camera already in the arena just to kind of help ourselves out to gather our stuff as we look to close down our coverage this evening of this one. But this is a vacated hall other than these guys right here and Milwaukee Monsters.
Absolutely.
As Booyah Darts is on down the road already and packed up their things, and all the boards other than this section are packed up as well.
Well, let's recall for those that may have missed it here. Black Saddle going up against Milwaukee Monsters in that King Seat match went down to the wire as we covered it all the way through, and then when it got to that final tie-breaking leg, you saw Milwaukee Monsters came out in full force in a dominant style, came out without much of a question, and now Black Saddle needs to fight for their right to party back into the finals.
Exactly. It was a great match that we saw in that King Seat match between Black Saddle and Milwaukee Monsters, as the Monsters just edged out, like you said, Black Saddle, in what was a rematch of our finals last year. And Black Saddle's looking to come back and hopefully make a real rematch in that final. But we'll see. We'll see. Mugshot's looking to stand strong and win this one.
That is true, but Black Saddle wants to do the inverse of what happened last year, so we'll see how that happens. Jose, of course, with our Beard of the Day cam, so congratulations over there.
He's been working on that thing for a while now.
Me too. Well, Matt Jenkins still playing smart because he's wearing that USA Darts hat, so makes him throw a little bit better.
It's his favorite hat, I think. He's always repping it. Every time I see him, he has it on.
Well, you can see that's the only reason he hit that hat trick, and for no other reason than that hat. But I guess the other hats are cool too, guys. It's okay. Scuba Steve now at 394. Going to try to bring it back into range. That last start there, you can see he looks at his hand. He's like, I didn't grip it right, as it kind of just left his hand early and a little bit ways away. So one of those guys that once he's on and once he figures it out, he is one of the best in the room. But right now is kind of having a little bit of a cold spell.
This gentleman is pretty good at his skill level too. Jose, or as I like to call him, Jorge Mazadov.
I don't even know what that means.
Whatever. Same thing. That's a UFC fighter, Nick. Yep. Was a UFC fighter. Yes. They look exactly alike.
The more you know. Matt Graff to try to leave it out. Will leave it out. 1-2-8. So nice look there.
Jeez Louise.
So Jenkins going to fall close behind, though. Looking for at least 2 bulls. But in all honesty, he only needs to hit 1 to leave any form of a checkout. But wants to put a little bit of pressure here on Matt. Won't be far behind at that 1-3-3. So Scuba Steve now needs to make up for some lost ground.
Have to. You have to here.
He doesn't want to freeze Matt, or else Matt might sit down on him. It's going to be a scary situation here. Needs to get below 118. So won't be able to freeze now. So Matt Graff will get a look at the 1-2-8 here.
See if he can convert here on this one. 2 bulls to leave double 14 potentially.
Yeah, we'll see. I think he's going to focus on whatever way is going to be more comfortable for him to take it out, knowing that he's the one out in front. His job is only to take it out.
That's exactly what he's going to look for. And he gets it. Matt Graff looks over as he says, "Take that, boys." As we'll take a replay here. A second bull, all concentration, and gets it. Good shot there from Graff.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needed to do and playing his part on the team here. I know Scuba Steve's not going to be happy with how he performed in that league, but it doesn't matter because it's a team event. He needs to just keep being himself and trust the process that he'll get there. As they did come out on top of that league. So Steve Diker walking off the last one here. Seems to be walking right into the bulls.
Finds another, fills it up. As Matt Jenkins says, "Damn you, Scuba Steve." That's the kiddo.
Bryson making a great point in our chat here, saying CDs FEU on V. Couldn't have said it better myself, Bryson. About as intelligible as your father on the mic.
Yeah, it looks like the kiddo's got the wife's phone, that's for sure. Uh-oh.
Oh, look at this Black Saddle catching some heat at the moment. And you can see how bad John wanted that dart. Leon Hopkins just going to continue to try to find those bulls as him and Matt were able to come out with low tons to start us off. And he said data, and then with his side eye and ran off to watch darts.
Yeah. Definitely catching on to the game pretty quick. It's fun to see.
Same with my cat Fred.
His interest. Whenever I pick up my set at home, he's always quick to grab his set too and start a throwing.
There you go, start him young.
He hasn't figured out how to throw at the dartboard yet. the floor's taking a beating in the basement. Let's just put it that way.
Are you blaming your son for all the holes you made in the floor from all your bounce outs?
Yes.
Because that sounds like what you're doing.
Exactly what I'm doing. Pilgrim wants to try to make this interesting.
Yeah.
Needs to find 2 here.
He should still be okay with the placement of that dart to get underneath it. And he does. I'm happy with that adjustment there. Keeping everyone's score in the same region here. No real breakaways as Mugshots is going to try their best the whole throw.
Yeah, Hopkins.
Hopkins finding that out. 147 leave. Putting a little bit of heat here. Steve Diker needs to find an out of his own accord, right? Well, that certainly will work. Hitting a hat trick there. Getting himself down to 95. A nice 2-dart range. Jenkins just doing what he can here. Basically at this point making sure that Leon will get a throw and focusing on not freezing. John Pilgrim needs to get below 108, which basically means he would need to hit 3 triples here. Yeah, so he's not going to be able to freeze. But he's going to also make sure that Steve Diker will get a shot if Leon does not hit the 147. Good start there, going down to the 19s, up to the double top. Oh, and he just barely doesn't connect. Hopkins, great attempt there, doesn't connect it though. A little bit of frustration as now Steve Diker with the 95 has a clean look. Needs to stay on the bull now for double 16. Doesn't find it there. Yeah, Steve Diker not going to be happy. Now it's up to Matt and John here to force some freezes. $58 now. So 121 or more for John Pilgrim. A little bit awkward as he's going to have to either hit a hat trick or bull and a triple. 120 will not freeze. This is going to be a good one for him. He needs to go trip. And yeah, you see Matt Graff pointing up. He says, you need 2 trip 20s if you want to freeze. This is the only shot you'll have for it. He did do the math right, but doesn't find it. So now going back to the bulls there. So with no freeze in play here, Hopkins can take out this and does so on the first. Says, there it is. That's what I was trying to do last time around. 1 apiece now.
1 all indeed here. Our 3rd place match of the team event here in Division number 1 at WAMO 2023.
You can see Leon there, just big hand slap to his partner as they are getting fired up over there. I mean, Mugshots to make this run here. Their loss was to the Black Saddle team, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe that was a 4-0. Hopkins continues to play consistent.
That he does, man. He's been pretty consistent this whole weekend. this whole week.
All these guys right now seem to be in pretty strong form. Bob Anderson has been hitting great shots every single time as well. I mean, these guys are consistently finding those low tons, the hat tricks. Really making me kind of jealous. As I can tell you, I tried to backpack Will Stewart in some games last night after the stream was over.
If anybody's backpacking anybody, I was backpacking you, my guy.
Yeah, I remember your 3 missed darts to get in there on double-double. That was really cool. I couldn't have missed that well. Bob Anderson now to keep up perfection. Good placement there. He can stack right on top of that dart, and he is placing it right on the barrel, gliding it in for one more. Back to back.
Leaving himself at 201.
Yeah, so Leon just going to have to try to stay within arm's reach. Needs to find a bull here, or else he won't be able to set himself up on an out. There you go. Next go around, we'll be able to try to leave an out here, as he has to try to keep up with Bob. At this point, it's really just a matter of everyone's throwing well now. There's not too many breaks that are going to be happening here.
Wow.
Bob Anderson on a tear. Hitting 9 bowls in a row there. Lead 51 on that go round. And with how far in front he is and how John is the second in the score line here, giving him a great opportunity on the next go around.
Well, 149, the look here for Pilgrim will stay there for 99 remaining. I think no harm, no foul there with, well, Bob sitting on a 10-dart leg.
Anderson not able to take it on 10, but can still do it in 11. Or 12, over to the double 16.
Yeah, no harm, no foul here. Go ahead and clean it up.
He has plenty of time, no risk of busting here. Bob Anderson with a 12-dart leg there, happy with that. They're playing some great stuff there, holding throw, and honestly, whoever has the throw has just been in form every single time without fail. The first misstep is going to be a crucial one, if there even is one. It might just come down to the diddle, very much like that King Seat match with Black Saddle and Milwaukee Matsas. Jose, beard of the day, going right at the Bulls.
Grabs all 3, fills it up.
Whoever has the throw is just on point.
They're doing it. That's exactly what they need to do.
It's going to take someone shooting a 9 from behind here to change that up. Pretty much, if you're not throwing a 12-dart leg, you're kind of not in the running with how well everybody's been playing now. I mean, what do you expect? It's a Division I top 3, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you would expect nothing more, nothing less. Matt Graff does find 150. And no, Derek. Off by, let's just be honest here, a mile. That was not a good round for him there. Some nervy stuff there from Derek.
You see that little pop there from Bob. He kind of just has that little subtle up and down motion before he settles in for his next throw. I always find that interesting.
You notice some of these idiosyncrasies that these guys develop in their throw. That dart also got away from Jose there, which has been on points. As now Graff can take control, and from this position, he doesn't even have to go for the 9 if he doesn't want to. As if Jose does leave it out, it will be a hard one at that, with the best possible one being probably that 1-2-7 if he's going for the bull route. Matt Graff, let's see if he takes a dart for it, or if he just continues chugging along here. Yeah, decides to just go on the bulls. I don't think there's anything wrong with that given this particular spot here. It's really down to let's see if Derek continues to have some nerves, as it seems to be a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now. He's having a lot of trouble at the moment here. That is some nervous darts, and there's no other way about it. He is a very well-endowed shooter. Just not able to find at the moment, so Bob Anderson can really punish here. Hitting a low time, but didn't make it hurt as much as he wanted to. As really, this is going to be Jose racing to an out, and Bob and Matt racing to a freeze. It's going to be the name of this game. This is so far the best opportunity someone's had to look at for a potential break in this match. Jose doing the bare minimum, leaving that 170 finish there. So if he does get a look, it will be a look.
Scott Kirshner, love it.
I stand by what I said, Scott. I stand by what I said. Don't ask how I know. As the analyst, I keep the secrets to myself. So Matt Graff, he needs to make sure to get low, as they can definitely put a freeze on Jose. $150 there. Matt Graff staying on points. Second hat trick of the leg. Derek needs to calm the nerves. And does find a couple there. Bob Anderson just now smooth as butter. And look at that, hitting hat trick to leave himself at 170. The combined score of 256 will be enough to freeze. Jose will not get a look at this 170. He is only going to be able to bring it down. So Matt Graff for 86. Bull for double 18. If he hits the trip 12, he will win my bounty of $10 whole.
To make it 3-1. Wow.
This would be a
one
huge
leg
break
away from trying to beat Milwaukee Monsters.
Oh, got
well
away from him there. So Derek Did find a low on his last go, is going to try to rise to the occasion. He's feeling so much pressure right now, and that's a tough spot to be in. Bob Anderson just needs to get below 134 here. So if he finds that bull, he has free reign to really shoot at this 170. Now he's going to stay on it. He needs to get below 134.
Alrighty, so got to go bull here then, huh?
You have to go bull. You can't hit a single. You have to find the bull. And he knows it. This is going to be a little bit of pressure on this one.
Big hit. Big hit.
Big nods from the back there as they knew how important that dart was, as that was a little sketchier than he would have preferred. Jose to continue bringing his number down to set up. Double 15 for 2. And will leave himself at 2 points there, as low, low, low as you can go. Matt Graff for 55. 5 for bull. Or 15 for tops. Methodical as ever, just making sure to bring his A game right now. For the bull. Hits it there in the first break of throw of this match. 3-1. Black Saddle going up on Mugshots 1 here. And now it's going to be a little bit of a different story, because they just need to hold throw. That was a huge, huge break to bring themselves to match point to get back to the finals here.
This is now a 3-1 scoreline in favor of Black Saddle, and they're going to get the start here.
John Pilgrim starting off with that hat trick. Metcalf has been on a point. I mean, really, the Black Saddle team is coming together. Steve Decker was the one that, and he'll tell you, not feeling his A game, but he even has picked it up. And right now, the team is kind of playing in unison. Jose and Leon, though, Leon Hopkins was the one that got the mugshot team on the board with his finish earlier, hitting a double 20.
Hopkins needs to find this here. Yes, he does find one, but I mean, that's just not enough for mugshots here to open up this potential. Could be your last leg here.
It certainly isn't enough, Will. You are absolutely right, as John Pilgrim and Matt Graff are looking to make that hurt. And this Black Saddle Milwaukee Monsters matchup, which we were familiar with last year, familiar with out in Las Vegas last week, now might happen once again if Mugshots doesn't come together right now. Jose with a never say die mentality, hitting a hat trick. Matt Graff there hitting that low ton, doing work. Keep himself in range, and Leon Hopkins gonna need to hit at least 2 bowls himself here to keep the score lines even.
Scott saying, hopefully our team will be allowed to come back and play this event sometime soon. We sure miss this event. Well, we hope so as well. Let's not forget how talented your team is. There's no denying that one, but
Listen, I lost enough to Scott Kirshner during my Darts Live days back when I played over in the team events over there. I'm okay with just. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Scott. We love you as always.
well, shameless plug here. A couple PDC pros are coming up to Janesville in August, so you definitely want to plan your trip to see Stephen Bunting, Ross Smith, and Danny Baggish. Stephen Bunting and Ross, I heard, are phenomenal individuals, and especially the run that Ross Smith is making so far, man, that's a spot you want to be at.
Yeah, I'm excited as USA Darts is going to be bringing me. No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
We unfortunately won't be there.
I know,
so
I know.
it's kind of worked out with, we're just so busy in July, and then we're backing up event after event after event. It's just not going to work out for us.
There's a lot going on right
yeah.
now. Let's be honest. This is the craziest season right now for darts.
Well, you'd think not, as it's coming up on summer, but at the same time, we're still chugging along here.
Signs of the sport growing. There's not really going to be as much slow seasons.
Fill our weekends every weekend with a nice event.
Yeah,
Unfortunate there.
Hopkins with that 36. I mean, that's really starting to spell some disasters. The Mugshots team is kind of just hanging heads low at the moment. Pilgrim 1-2-7 for the match. Just kidding. John Pilgrim now just going to focus on setting it up. Again, no immediate pressure if Matt Graff performs. You can see Matt Graff there giving some fist pumps in the background. It's getting amped up as their team is in high spirits at the moment. It's really just two different tales of body language. Black Saddle Boys feeling good. You can see a lot of smiles, hands in the pocket, relaxed posture. The other end, Mugshots knows the drama of the situation. Jose puts the dart up as he doesn't expect to have another shot, putting it in his man bun there.
Are we eyeing a Black Saddle Milwaukee Monsters rematch here? Definitely looks like it, as the boys from up north start to figure it out here.
And figure it out they do. Playing great stuff at the moment. Leon Hopkins needs to get below 148 at least. And now even if John doesn't take this out or busts, there will not be a shot for Jose. John Pilgrim 30 for the match. Trip 10 for the win there.
He goes trip 10 and gets it. Black Saddle will face Milwaukee Monsters in our final, ladies and gentlemen. It should be a great one coming your way here next as we round out our coverage of WAMO 2023. Wow. Wow.
Let's be honest. What else did you expect? Those teams, Black Saddle, Milwaukee Monsters, they're in great form. They're looking sharp. This is going to be exactly what the fans want, a high-octane, big, explosive affair. We're excited to see how this one concludes here.
Definitely so. Hang tight. We'll be right back, folks, with your final next here on USA Darts coverage of WAMO. Be right back.
Come over.
What's up, guys? We're sitting here with Phil Glomsky. Glomsky. So, well, you know, so yeah, he's a little taller than me, so I think this will be a little more comfortable. And obviously, you sucked at basketball. So, what got you in the darts?
Well, pretty much just like you said, started getting older, the body was breaking down, and it was just not easy to do anymore. So some buddies of mine that played softball, they all did darts in the winter, and they just...
Miniature golf at all, or?
Nothing's miniature with me. So I just decided that it would make sense to try to give darts a shot, since, they did it. It's like, the line's not that far from the board. How hard can it be?
Yeah.
And then I found out it's a lot more difficult than it looks.
Oh, so today you got the 4-person team event going on?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so now being the tallest person on the team, but like the weakest link, like you would have been off the show already, if it was that show. How do you feel about that, like having these 3 people carry you?
I'm really fortunate that we took first last year, because if it wasn't for that, I know that I was on the chopping block and I really would have had to beg for my spot. So I'm really glad that you guys carried me far enough that I was able to stick around, and hopefully, it gives me one more chance.
So if they dump you after, when? Hold on one sec.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah, oh yeah. No, at 4 o'clock. Yeah, 4-person team. Oh my God. We went to this place to eat last night. It was, yeah, they had some great food. Oh.
What are we doing? We're cutting?
Now you'll be...
1 hour later.
All right, man. All right, have a good one. All right, bye. Sorry, had to take that.
All right, you good now?
Yeah. He just wanted to know what I ate last night. All right, so anything you want to add? Looking forward to tonight, and are you nervous at all?
No, because when I don't have to do a lot, it's really easy. And so...
Yeah, I got to get to the hot tub, man. Hot tub time is calling me. We're kind of pressed for time, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Phil Glomowski, Mickey Mousky. All right, have a good day, guys.
Alrighty, everyone, this is it. This is what you've been waiting for. This is the finals. Here we go, going at it here. Milwaukee Monsters taking on Black Saddle. Of course, Monsters did win that king seat there. They're going to be starting with advantage in this one. Black Saddle needs to double dip if they want to come out victorious. This is going to be a great one. Of course, I am Nick Dichiria, joined by none other than Will the Thrill Stuart, and we are excited to see how this one finishes up. What do you say, Will?
Yeah, it's going to be a good one indeed. Man, I just walked the hall and kind of grabbed a couple signage from our other area. And it's pretty vacant in there. There's no denying that one.
Yeah, it certainly is, as people are letting out big roars as winners and champions are being crowned. You're going to see a lot of different people claiming their titles and getting their hardware here, and we're excited to see who claims the hardware for this final here.
Yes, indeed, and what will be our final match here of WAMO 2023. Let's find out who's going to win the title here, as Mugshots for the second year in a row take third place.
Yeah, as they said, this was very similar to how it happened last time around.
Well, the only difference is that I believe Black Saddle had the king seat last year. So Monsters has the advantage here so far, but let's see how they come out. So far, Phil and Steve not off to the best of starts here.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly enjoyed bringing you coverage of WAMO this year. It's my first time out here in Wisconsin, and I've been having a great time hanging out and getting to know so many different people. And then bringing you coverage of this as it's about the matches we cover along the way and the memories we made.
Well, big hit there from Phil.
Let's be honest here. The X factor is going to be if Scuba Steve can perform like his normal self for Black Saddle to come out on top, as he has had a little bit of a run at the moment.
In that last match, I felt like he was the one that had a little run, as we see a Let's Go Milwaukee laugh out loud from Steve Hilger in our chat. Probably sharing this around, supporting us. Man.
Well, Matt Graff here, with everyone, the scoreline's pretty neck and neck. Doesn't need to go for the 9 if he doesn't want to. Although I would recommend taking a dart here, as you never know with Phil and Porky what could happen. We certainly didn't know what was going to happen when we gave them a microphone, but here we are. After that excellent interview, Graff elects to just stay on the bull. Ryan Westover asking, why do they call Steve Diker Scuba and Steve Hilger Porky? Well, that's because that's their nicknames, silly goose.
No. Come on now. You got to give a little backstory there. I guess Porky, he went to an event, a blind draw, and they asked him what his name was. He said Steve, and they said, well, we got too many Steves. And he said, well, put Porky down. And he goes, what? And he puts Porky down, and he puts Porky as Porkey, and he says, no, Porky with a Y. Like the jelly. Oh my gosh, what? So, yeah, Steve's got that nickname from that incident. Now, we do not really know Steve's one on that one. I think it's
Steve
just
got that nickname, but we don't know how Steve got that nickname.
Yeah, well, we don't really
now.
know Steve Dikers, how he got that Scuba Steve nickname.
All I know is I have a Scuba Steve shirt because of him. So, who knows at this point? Hilger did go for the high tone there, finding a 120. Milwaukee Monsters just need to play well to hold their throw here. But Matt Graff could be the first one on an out. This would be a big turn for him here. As with Diker right behind, he will get a good opportunity to look at it and can set it up as a pretty clean 2-dart out if he hits well enough. into 119 range. Not happy as he wanted to get down even lower, but honestly, not a bad leave there. So filthy now. Need to put pressure on Matt.
Andy stating the obvious there. I definitely know that Scuba Steve's from the Big Daddy movie, but is that just you got that name from there? How did it come about? Was it just because people started calling him Scuba Steve? I do know that he got the fashionable T-shirts that he's been handing out. He gave one to Nick, gave one to me. They are enjoyable, but.
Stuart not happy with that go around there, but we'll make sure he doesn't freeze Matt, as there's no chance that Hilger can get low enough for that. So Matt Graff will get a look at the 119 for Black Saddle to start off with a break of throw. Yeah, this will be a huge hit for Matt. They can start with a break to get things going here. It will kind of set a little bit of a precedent in this final. Bull 19 bulls to look. Finds the bull going down to the 19. Oh, it slipped out of his hand and he got down to the double.
And you can see him go clearly out of view. He's not happy with himself.
Especially because there's no way to freeze here. Now, Filthy Phil Glomsky will get the look. Steve Hilger says, I'm hungry right now. Still in the chat. Yeah, Matt Graff not happy. Let's see if Phil can capitalize. Oh, that's a great start to it.
He'll stay there for the bull. Oh, and it's a single six. Unlucky there for Phil.
Well, Steve Decker now will get a look, but can also definitely set up a freeze. Yeah, he's going to just set up the freeze. That's a great shot there. Over to that trip 14 as well. Smart darts there for the boys. Combined score of 60 points means that Steve Hilger will not get a look. And there's looking ever so likely that we're going to start this off with a break and throw.
Porky continues to comment in our chat as he says, steak buffet for sure tonight. And you can see him doing this here because he wants to know where he's at.
Well, it's not even that. They're worried about knocking the dart out, and then you shouldn't be pushing it in if it's not still in the board. So he's just guaranteeing, hey, look, the dart's right there. I'm going for this. Matt Graff, look at 28 here. A little bit of pressure. He has to hit it, or else Phil will get a look at 87. The double 14 can go in the first. And he finds it. Matt Graff getting a break to start it off, and Black Saddle Boys will get to the throw to start the second leg here.
That could be huge, honestly. That could be very big.
Huge. The hugest thing we've ever seen. I can't do impressions as good as Will, guys. I'm sorry. I got like Kermit the Frog, if you guys want it. But anyways, John Pilgrim, let's get going here. Ooh, awkward spot for Pilgrim. Gonna have to work around that dart as he moves to the side. Gets underneath it. Gonna try to place it in the same spot.
Oh,
it is in the bull.
Yeah, you'll have to back it up and punch it in. Black Saddle team is on a mission here in this one so far.
So Steve Hilger now going to try to match John Pilgrim. He gives a little laugh there about something. As it looks like everyone's kind of laughing about something. I'm not sure what happened off to the side there. Oh no, Hilger not content there. Getting just one bull. That was a funny interaction there. Is John Pilgrim says, "You're up," and then Steve Diker says, "I'm up." As he looks to Bob, he said, "I thought he was up," but no. Turns out you were up, Scuba. Little finger pointing action between all of them there,
A little whoopsie there.
and definitely not happy with that one. 33 open. Jeff Johnson was on a tear when we saw him in the King Seat match, playing near perfect and looking like one of the strongest guys on the team at the moment. See if he continues that top form from earlier. Dan Levine saying, Porky did multiple roles all weekend with his stint as a security guard and fill-in interviewer, plus all of his winnings. I think the buffet should be on him.
Well, let's be honest. We may be getting a new series featuring Steve Hilger in the near future. Food reviews. Why not? Porky's Trough is what we'll call it.
We'll workshop that name a little bit, but we'll get there. One day at a time. Steve Hilger to make up for a lax first round, as and Jeff Johnson, of course, not playing around with that hat trick, as we saw. There we go. Hilger able to get back in the running here. And Steve Diker, 33 on that first go. Looking through at least the low 10. He needs to make sure that John Pilgrim will get a look. Looks like it is in. It seems like the board's having a few issues with the matrix at the moment.
Oh, they've been hammering on this board all week. It's definitely going to take its toll here. But Steve's starting to find it.
Yeah, I mean, making up for that lost first round there, he has to just make sure that Pilgrim will get a look, right? I mean, Jeff Johnson started off with a hat trick. Steve Hilger just hit a hat trick. There's a lot of hats being thrown around here. Jeff Johnson did actually take a look for the 9, which last couple of times we saw he opted not to. So a little bit of a different change up there for him. I don't know if I love it just in the position. I think he could have just forced a freeze instead. But we'll see how that ends up working out here.
Right now, Pilgrim just continues to do damage on that bull, leaving 94. Man, these Black Saddle boys are on a mission here, man.
I mean, they have to be. They have to be. There's nothing short of the best that was required to come out on top here.
Last year we had a thriller with a double dip situation being involved. Will we get the same here in this one? That is the question. We all love a little bit more action. Why not?
Why not? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we just go ahead and just do another week of WAMO. Just run it back from the beginning. Take it from the top, everyone. Put the boards back. Steve Diker only fighting 64. Oh, no. Okay. Looks like it's going to be 107. Okay, so hitting that 107 there is going to help him get in the right range. Jeff Johnson needs to get below 96 here, so he can't freeze. Yeah, so Jeff Johnson just going to keep bringing it down, but Pilgrim will get a look now. This is going to be an important one for him. Trip 18 for double top. Or going that bull route.
Yeah, I like that bull route myself as he goes 12 for 32 here. gets it. Man,
That's an important one, too, as Pilger and Jeff Johnson were both on pretty good outs to get a 2-0 jump on Monsters.
that is a big, big leg of darts there for John Pilgrim. He'll get some love from his teammates in the background. Garrett Rakowski to lead us off in our game number 3. You can see a little struggle going on here.
Yeah, a little bit of a misfire from the bullet. And John Pilgrim, after throwing an amazing leg there, is going to be right back up to the Aki. Oh, might be a little contagious. Yeah, not able to capitalize on that one. John and Garrett kind of staying in the same range, so let's see how Jeff Johnson and Bob Anderson approach this go-around.
Johnson is able to grab the 119 there after that first start, landing outside.
Yeah, the last several legs that we've seen from Jeff Johnson, the only one where he didn't hit at least a low ton outside of setup rounds was when he tried to go for the 9 in the previous leg. Bob Anderson following in suit, though. Garrett just hitting a little bit of a cold streak right now. I mean, this is not what I expected to see right now.
No, I didn't either. I expected to see a really close-knit affair, and so far, I mean, Laxato with the commanding 2-0 lead and doing it in pretty good fashion.
I like to imagine in the background in the tournament hall they're playing Pork and Beans. I wonder if someone's playing that for Porky on the jukebox. If so, they have great taste. That's a funny one. Hat trick there for John Pilgrim.
Steve asking, how do we get people banned from commenting? I'm guessing he's talking about himself there. We can make it happen, Steve.
That'd be a disservice to the chat. Jeff Johnson.
There we go.
Still finding those bowls so consistently. He is really playing top stuff right now.
Bob kind of figuring out his way around this one as he steps to the right-hand side. That's where I would have went to, and he finds it with the 3rd. John Pilgrim back there giving him a little fist pump.
Well, I mean, Bob Anderson just has to do his best to trail and inform Jeff Johnson, and that's exactly what it is. I mean, they're keeping side by side here. See, even Porky said Pork and Beans is on the hall, so he knows this is one of his songs.
Garrett does finally find 3 bowls in a round. He hasn't had
Pilgrim.
what feels like quite some time.
Yeah, you're right. And Pilgrim here, if he can do the same, will be the first one out and out. One more bowl here to leave it out. 159 would be the finish. Yeah, that's a great setup there from John Pilgrim. It's going to be a hard combination, but not an impossible one by any means. Jeff Johnson. has a bad time to fall a little bit short there, leave himself at 164, which isn't out, but not a clean one.
There's the ugly mug of the day right there in Steve Hilger.
So this is, personally, for the 159, since it's master out, trip 20, trip 20, trip 13 as the route I go. You could also go the 19 to 217s route.
Yep. I may be keen on the 19s route there myself.
I
like the bottom side of the board.
I feel more comfortable on my 20s than anything, although I do hate the trip 13 on the last. So let's see how John approaches this. This is eligible to go. First, a look at an out for this leg. If they take this to go 3 up, it's going to be insanity.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive take here if he can do it.
Oh my, going for that 19 route. That's a great start to it. Over to the 17s. One more of those. Oh, and he just barely goes high on it.
Could tell he wanted that one as John's really feeling himself right now on the dartboard, man.
He should be. He should be. For what he doesn't have in looks, he has in dart skill. Let me tell you. Jeff Johnson, though, can answer right back with the 164. Bull for 2 trip 19s. No, he's going right at the 20s there. Let's see what he does on the second dart. Oh, boy. Finds the trip 20. This is a live one here. No, not going to go. So now just going to hit a bull to leave 36 there. So Bob Anderson now look at 91. Trip 17 for double top. Or go for the bull 9 double 16 route. Bull, and then 9 for double 16 or 1 for tops. Oh no, he doesn't collect. You can see how quick Garrett comes up to the line there. 1 missed out dart for John, 1 missed out dart for Bob. Double top, 1 dart for Garrett. And he hits it there. The bullet saves the leg, as that was a real scary one for Milwaukee Monsters, and they had a very hard time holding their throw. They were able to do so, but only by just a bit there. That was a very dangerous situation. Matt Graff for Black Saddle to start off now.
Just a reminder, we have seen Monsters make a 4-leg run here today. Their opening match against Club Ritz. Opening match against Club Ritz. They were 3-0 down before capturing those 4 legs. Well, here's Rakowski looking to start off with a hat, and he can't do it as he's just had the struggles today, man. He does find 2 double bulls there, but it's just a 115 opener.
Graf will want to put in a big one here. John letting us know, he says, hey, we don't want to talk about that Club Ritz Milwaukee Monsters match. That one still stings. I'm sorry, brother. It had to be at least mentioned.
That's not true. There's nowhere in our contract where it said it had to be mentioned. Matt Kraft there with the 107. But Phil can try to take charge and get the lead here. A little bit off there. Gonna have to correct, and he does. Can he follow? He will follow. Getting out a little bit ahead there. Filthy at 289 now. Again, right now, everyone's kind of hitting a good stride in this one. Bob Anderson just been doing so well. Garrett points knowing that Bob was not going to miss that dart. John Bennell saying, could have used another pep talk, Will. Yeah, well, look at you, coach. Slacking in the corner over there.
Graf taking just a moment to settle in here. He knows this is a meaningful round at the board. Needs another. Can't find another. Just 252 on the scoreboard now.
Let's see if Phil can leave it out from here. 2 more bowls will do it. 1 more bowl for a 159.
Bob, boy, would this be handy.
Certainly needs to. Oh, and he does. That 85 leave there means that if Phil doesn't hit a 139, it's going to be a little dangerous. They're just going to bring it down, make sure that Phil gets a clean shot here. That is in the bowl.
See him already go ahead and back that up. Punch it in real quick.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. Or as they say here, sorry.
A little bit farther north there, bud.
Yeah, you say that.
A little bit farther north there, bud.
I heard some sorries in here. I heard some oops.
Yeah, there's
some spotted cows.
Oh my gosh, these Wisconsinites are really about to never have us back, or at least you, I hope.
That, but at least 3 of them like
What
me.
an absolute terrible reference there from Nick. He thinks Trish Gretzik just showed up out of nowhere to become a Wisconsinite. 100 and sorry.
Listen, Florida's a long way from the border, don't you know?
At least you got the ope right. You will know that.
I do got the ope. Wait till you
Graf
hear me order a pop later.
puts in a 116 to leave 136, but Phil can. This 139 can go.
Yeah, I mean, he had to hit the hat trick to set that up. This is the opportunity you gave yourself. Let's see what he does with it. Bull first, then over to a triple. From the 89 there, so yeah, he's going to have to bull trip 19 to the double 16. Oh, it's still on
Still
one,
on, yeah. Trip 20, trip 20. Oh, he's going for a freeze here.
Ooh, good.
That's smart.
shots.
That's smart.
Yeah, one.
That is
6
smart.
The combined score there means that there's no shot for Bob
And I
now to take this.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all because here's the thing. He's looking at a 2-2 score line here instead of a, potential 3-1, and then you got to fight for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's saying, Garrett, I don't care what's going on with your hair. I believe in your dart game right now.
Anderson can only set this up here.
Yeah, frustratingly so. Thinking about the best start to do it, but just hit the bowl here and bring it as low as you can. You need to get the guaranteed points.
He's thinking bull or trip 20, I believe. He went for the bull option.
Yeah, that's actually scary because even if Garrett does miss it, as long as he doesn't bust, Matt won't get a shot now. So now bull. Oh no, he went for that trip 18 first. Double 16. Double 8. Doesn't get it, but because Bob Anderson wasn't able to bring it down, Matt Graff will not get a shot to 136. So they're going to have to survive 3 more game of darts from Phil.
Matt stepping in here. You can see him. He's been kind of mechanical with that setup this weekend.
And it seems to be working out so well for him. He does bring it down to 6 there. If Phil, for some reason, doesn't hit 20, Bob Anderson will get a look. Phil needs to be careful not to go in a side here. Just getting a clean dart right at it. This is an important one to make it 2-all. Does go inside. He has to be careful approaching this 5. If you go low, it's bad. Real bad.
And he gets it. Big hit. I mean, he stands eye level with the double 5. You might as well go ahead and take your shot.
The double 5 was looking at him as much as he was looking at it. 2-2 here. And a great break of throws. Black Saddle will be going second to Milwaukee Monsters now. And the lead is gone. It is all tied up here, folks. This is exciting stuff. Let us know what you got going on in the chat, who you're cheering for, where you're watching from, as this has been an excellent final so far and will continue to be so.
Yeah, over 550 of you joining us for this action. We definitely appreciate you. Make sure to like and follow our platform. Subscribe to our YouTube. Lots of content coming your way, folks.
Well,
including crowning our champion here.
Some great content's being made as Jeff Johnson going right there, getting unlucky on his deflection, but I mean, he is playing so well right now. Matt just doing his normal and get up routine there as he kind of does that like step on, step off the line, trying to find comfortable position. Some magic fingers and twist it right in.
2 doubles. How about 3 doubles? Yeah, all in the black there. Bill gives him a subtle nod of approval.
And Matt Graff really playing prime. I mean, these guys are all playing prime right now. This is some good stuff here. Phil gonna try to follow suit. A little bit low on it, needs to get one more. And doesn't quite do so.
Difficult. Difficult look.
It's especially difficult because Pilgrim has thrown so many 10 dart legs, or 10 to 12 dart legs in these last couple of rounds here. It's going to be scary as they're going to put a lot of pressure. Hypothetically speaking. Last start there, Pilgrim does find a bull. We're not happy with that go, as these scores are a little bit more neck and neck. John didn't punish Phil for that miss as much as he wanted.
If John would have punished there, this could be in potential 3-2 score line.
Well, I guarantee no matter what, it's going to be a 3-2 scoreline. So that is going to be the case one way or the other. Jeff Johnson only getting one bull there. So Matt Graff can take control and continue on. And with the 309 lead there, even if Jeff Johnson goes back and hits a hat trick, 159 is a hard hit. So Graff just going to continue to try to take it down here and put some pressure on that slack round. Doing the toe tap to the line. Deciding to go the bulls there to bring it down. I do think that that was the right way to go. No need for the 9. If Jeff Johnson hit a low ton or more, that's when I would say it would be more than necessary. Yeah, Phil does get a bull in there. So let's see if Pilgrim can step back up to the mantle here. And only getting one bull, so John and Phil are pretty much tying up down there. Jeff Johnson and Matt Graff are going to duke for the option to get the out first. Going to try to set himself up on the 159. It is an out and master out. And will have an opportunity, more than likely.
Tell you what, Jeffrey Johnson's been pretty impressive here in this final so far.
Certainly is, certainly. So now Matt Graff going to see if he can put some heat on this one. Only needs 2 bulls to guarantee an outs. Any extra is just some extra credit on this assignment. And look at that. Ooh. Threw that last start real light as he didn't have much follow throughs. He was kind of just trying to place it rather than throw it in there, and was really unforgiving on that deflection, but does leave something that is hittable, just not the one that he wanted to see. So now it's up to Phil and John to make sure that their partners will get shots at the out. And a great hat trick there from Filthy. Needing to do that, now guaranteeing that no matter what, his partner will get a look for the outs. All John can do is make sure Matt doesn't get frozen now. Working his way up. I'm just going to stack him in the bulls. Can he match? He does match.
Big hit, big hit.
Let's see, 159. Jeff Johnson.
We've seen a close look already in this match so far at the 159.
He opted to not go for it. I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, he's upset there at that one.
I think you have to take one dart for it. Matt Graff will get a look at this. If he finds that bull in the first, he's going to take a look. Bull trip 20, double 18's a shot. This would be an important one.
Indeed.
Oh, frustration there. Going back to the bull just to continue bringing it down.
And
it is in.
It is in, so he will adjust.
Getting down to 26 points there. So him and Jeff Johnson still hanging out with each other. It's up to, again, Phil and John Pilgrim to make sure that their partners can shoot at these outs. Giving a little good luck blow on the darts there for Filthy.
Yeah, pressure darts here in this 5th leg.
Let's see if they can keep up. Last time they both hit hat tricks. That's a
Great.
good start
Yeah,
here.
that's a beautiful start. Looking to fill it up. One more. And big, big hit.
Phil does fill it up.
This is forces Pilgrim to do the same.
He has to.
Pilgrim looks content to. He looks content to hit this.
Yes,
And he will.
Both of those guys, Phil and John, back-to-back hat tricks here as they know exactly their role. Make sure my partner can shoot the outs. Jeff Johnson, look for 45.
To make this 3-2 in favor of Monsters.
Big moment here to get to match point.
And he's going for the double 15. My word.
And he hits it.
Big darts from Jeffrey Johnson. It's 3 on the spin for Monsters here. As he hits the single 15 and puts it right in. So far, this MVP status may go to Jeffrey Johnson in this match.
Yeah, I mean, by far, Jeff Johnson and I would say John Pilgrim are the two top dogs right now as far as just what they're doing and the timing of which they're doing so. It's an excellent performance. Black Saddle, though, with the way they're playing right now, if they can hold the throw, and they are likely to hold the throw, we'll bring this to a last leg decider on this first of potentially 2 matches. Oh, Rakowski, that was not a normal dart that we'd see from Garrett. Getting away from him. Quick recovery, though. Kind of talked about the dart sliding underneath. So Steve Diker, see what he does with the situation. This is definitely the question mark on the Black Saddle resume at the moment. Finding just one bull there, but with Bob Anderson starting off with that hat trick, they should be all right in positions currently. But Diker's just going to walk it off, try to readjust there. Porky's saying, forget about it, that was a silly darts. Because I'm sure that's what I read off his lips.
Quite possibly.
Well, Bob Anderson now doesn't need to look at the hat trick, or at the trip 20, excuse me, as he can just focus on bringing down those bulls. No Garrett or Steve to be found, honestly, for him at the moment. So the bullet really needs to make up for lost distance here. He's going to try to.
Yeah, you got to fill it up here. Oh.
Yeah, so as long as Steve Diker can string at least 1 to 2 bulls here, Bob Anderson's looking strong to get a chance at the out first. So Steve does get that 106, doing what he needs to do in this moment. Hilger just trying to talk his darts in. Hitting a low ton there, not going to be happy with that because he knows that they need to try to play for a freeze as Bob's on a runaway at the moment. Not much they can do though as Steve Diker's doing everything he can to make sure Bob will get a look. Bob needs to find a bull though to make sure he gets that look.
Yeah, readjustment here for Bob. And in there, the double it is.
Extremely important darts for Bob Anderson.
Are we squared away for a 3-3 tie up here?
Exactly. We more than likely are, as a 150 will not leave Garrett an out.
If I do recall, and granted it's been a year ago, I believe we had the same thing happen last year.
Well, I can just tell that it's not even just a testament to these players' skills. As there was other skilled players out in D1, it's a testament to how well these teams work together with themselves.
I mean, I think last year we went the distance in the first one, distance in the second dip. So who knows? Are we going to see that?
Certainly could be possible. Bob Anderson now is guaranteed to get a look at 1-3-3. And if Steve doesn't leave it out, he'll get 6. Does switch up to try to leave the 6-8 out. Doesn't find it though. Meaning Anderson will get 6 darts for 1-3-3 if Steve Diker continues to lower his score. Finds the first. Does go for the triple 11 on the second dart, and I do like that shot in this given situation here.
Now how does he go about this? He's kind of looking at the scores here, figuring it out. I think he just going squared up.
Yeah, he was trying to do single 9 for bull, and here's the thing. Bob's not going to potentially freeze anybody. It doesn't matter. He just needs to leave whatever was comfortable for him there rather than going for what would get him to the lowest number. So, smart darts, although not the best execution as he did fall a little short there. Rakowski will leave himself a 1-4-1 here. And Steve Diker, if he finds a low ton, he's going to be extremely content knowing that Bob can be frozen then. In the bowl there.
Yep, you'll have to adjust that.
So unless Steve Hilger can get down to 9 points, which he can't, means that Bob Anderson's going to get a look at 45.
It's 115 for Hilger. The 45 can go here for Bob.
And it has to, because Garrett will get a look at the 1-4-1 otherwise.
And that's an unfortunate miss, and he knows it too. Look at here. He's going to have to scramble to hit this now. Is it 11 for 32? Is he looking for more?
I don't know.
It's difficult. It's a difficult choice here.
Again, there's no way he can freeze Steve Diker, so it's about what's most comfortable for him.
And it was the 11 route, and he falls short. So Garrett will get a look for the title.
Yeah,
My goodness.
This would be incredible. This would be an incredible chance. Bob Anderson's in disbelief at the moment here.
So here we go, folks. How does Garrett go about this for a potential win?
Bowl trip 17 to that double 20. He has been hitting that trip 17 very well. Oh, does not connect though. Not going to happen here. Still important. He needs to get low.
And he just can't find it here.
Steve Diker, even if he doesn't hit the out, can make sure Steve Hilger will not get a look. He's still on for it though. And he is going to get a look.
He wanted that one. Hilger, unfortunately, will not, as this will go back to Bob Anderson to make it 3-3 and force a decider.
And Hilger is going to have to lower this as much as possible. Bob, as you can see, clearly is feeling a little bit of that nerves at the moment here. .22 means that if Bob does miss, there will be a shot for Garrett again, but Bob, you have to imagine this is going to go now. Double 8s to shots. Inside. Going over to the double 4 now. Does get it after a little bit of a scare there. You can see the look of relief. Look at Scuba Steve in the background there. He just lets out a little sigh of relief, as that was scary for the Black Saddle team. Now, this diddle. That's a good placement there from Hilger. I think they got the diddle.
So Monsters will get the advantage here with the throw. Is that right?
That is correct.
Hilger goes up and pushes the board. I'm not.
Oh, maybe not.
I was about to say, I don't think so.
No.
It will be.
is.
Okay, it's just he got up and Phil's
They were
to throw
confirming
first.
that the board was correct. So Phil to start us off here, potentially the last leg or the last of this first dip. Let's see what happens here, everyone.
Phil to open us off. Now, reminder, all 4 players will play in this last leg decider of 701.
Yeah, 2 players per score line.
And Phil opens up with a 107.
Matt recomposing. He has been un fuego. So they only diddle on the last leg, so before leg 7. And they did diddle. Garrett Rakowski. He's going to try to step it up. He's been having a great week, but that was probably some of the most ill-timed darts from Rakowski. He laughs at himself about it because he's not happy with his performance right now. He's not playing like the bullet we've seen all week.
Huge darts there for Bob. So Hilger's got to find one here. Because right now that second position for Milwaukee Monsters needs to find gold.
Yeah, well, if there's anybody that's going to find gold, Jeff Johnson was going to be that guy. Let me tell you, he has been on a tear. As this one right here, I mean, that was a great round from Steve Hilger. So Pilgrim was kind of cooling off from that streak we saw him on earlier. Does get that low tone now. But still the advantage in the A scoreline for Milwaukee Monsters. Jeff Johnson needs to perform like he has been. One more will be helpful.
Good hit there for Johnson.
Yeah, just making sure that the A score line is going to get a look. Needs to make sure he's keeping up with the other B score line for Black Saddle.
The Black Saddle boys continue on. Oh, just outside there for Diker with the last dart. One hole out into the single one.
As we're seeing some inverse score lines for both teams, is Steve Hilger in the chat saying, I love these guys on and off the board. My team is pretty cool also. In a finals and letting us know how he feels.
Isn't that kind of crazy? Just sitting here commenting while he's playing.
He really has that another day at the office mentality.
Oh,
Filthy really needs one bowl here.
finds it, but still an unfortunate round for him as it's 2 single twos, so only 54 scored.
Yeah, it's going to be 6 starts to set up for the A score line as Matt can really take advantage of this. See if Matt Giraffe is standing tall. Keeping consistent with 2 there. Those A score lines still tied up, so
Yeah,
advantage in Milwaukee.
Neck and neck, really.
Yeah, giraffes have long necks.
You keep giving Matt Graff that draft reference, even though he's not even that tall. Oh, what a shot there for Rakowski.
Welcome back, Garrett.
Yeah, welcome back indeed. He's kind of had a couple off rounds for sure in this final. This gentleman, not so much either, as Bob's been hitting pretty well, and he continues on here. He looks like he's definitely serious about this one.
I mean, Bob Anderson, his scoring power has been consistent. He hasn't really missed many opportunities to score. His finishing is where those shortcomings start to show. Steve Hilger, hat trick on his last go.
Got to keep with the trend.
Deflects down. Does get 2 there. That is in the bowl there. John's going to go ahead and adjust that. As this is getting really dicey for our level 1 of finals here. This is intense stuff. John needs to regroup. He needs to continue adding pressure here. He doesn't want to just be matched up with the score. They're trying to break throw, remember. They need to get ahead. This bull right here will help them do so. And he gets there.
Big hit there for Pilgrim. Kind of prodding the distance between that first and second score line.
So now Jeff Johnson is going to make sure that the score stays close as he can. He can't leave it out from 3-6-3. So all he can do is bring it down and hope.
He looks to just keep on trucking, baby, and that's what he's doing.
He does keep on trucking. Great hat trick there from Jeff Johnson. Oh, had an awkward fist bump moment there as they were trying to decide. Oh, wait, no, wait. So Steve Diker now. Let's see if he can match. Need to hit a 1-5-1 at the minimum to leave an out. Not going to be able to do so. Does find the bull in the last, though, to keep the score close.
What a tight-knit last leg decider here between Milwaukee Monsters and Black Saddle.
As tight as it could be.
Definitely sense the pressure here in this one. Phil's got to find a hat.
Yeah, you can see how stressed Porky is in the background.
And he does get it to leave 1-3-7.
Great shot there from Filthy. To be the first one to be able to shoot an out on the next go around here. Matt knows he needs to leave an out too.
Graff steps in. Really right in the heart there, but oh no.
I think he has to look up at the 20 here.
This is a difficult dart. Look at him, he's stepping over.
He has to hit it. He can't risk deflection.
Oh no.
He deflected okay though.
He deflected into a 1-7-1. It's still a look at a check,
it is,
but it's a massive one. Rakowski with the 150 here can make this advantage Monsters.
Oh, absolutely he can.
Oh my.
He will.
Fill it up, Rakowski. That's exactly what he does. 63 the leave for that second score line on Monsters as Steve goes ahead and points at him, says, big hit, big hit. You can see it there in the background. Definitely a lot of support no matter what between these two teams.
I mean, there's so much respect amongst these players.
And oh my goodness, that is not the time to find outside that that dart outside the bull. Steve Hilger says, about time, Fifth Element, in regards to Garrett Rogowski.
Oh,
Dirty.
Well,
dirty.
Steve Hilger, now after making a funny in the comments, now, funnily enough, needs to hit this 137 for the match and the title. Can guarantee a dart at it. Oh, he's debating on how he wants to approach it.
Well, you can pretty much lock in, potentially. Do you go bull for trip 9 here?
No, you do not. You don't want to risk the. You don't want to risk the bus.
I was about to say you
do
don't want to
not
risk the
wanna
bus.
risk.
So he's going to go the smart move of going for that trip 20. Oh, just outside.
Yeah, not going to be happy, but guess what? There is no chance that John can take this out now. 171 can't go. All they can do is just sit back, watch, and hope that something can happen. But that's not going to be enough there. Jeff Johnson now 63 for the title. 13 for bull. He has been the most consistent guy on the Monsters.
Yes,
he
he
needs
has.
to follow through that consistency one more time.
He's been the dominant player here, the MVP for this final. Johnson for the win and another title in this team event. Back to back, folks.
Deep breath, pure determination. Here it is.
Settles in. And it goes.
Oh my goodness, that is gonna be it. Milwaukee Monsters, after starting with a scare with Black Saddle getting those first 2 legs, were able to remain victorious, really focused up, and went 4 out of the next 5 legs to get the title.
You can see a lot of love between these guys, but there's also, you know, you can see the disappointment in the Black Saddle guys. They wanted that one. Pilgrim for sure. He plays with a lot of heart on his sleeve, and it's unfortunate that that didn't go for them. But let's take a look at the replay here. Johnson really stepped away and set himself up for this bull, and he gets it. And no reaction whatsoever. He just kind of shakes his head and says, man, was that a doozy. Well, Milwaukee Monsters, your champions.
Does it again.
Does it again, as last year is BSS Milwaukee +1. This year, a new team name, but same results. Winner, chicken dinner for them, as it's the same places as last year. Monsters first, Black Saddle second. Mugshots take third here in this Division I team event final.
Well, for my first time in Wisconsin, we were treated to a delight of a final to finish off our show and to wrap up so many amazing storylines from this week, as it has been an amazing experience to be bringing you coverage of what is the largest state tournament here in La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Yes, it is. And we want to thank the WAMO committee for having us, as well as BooyahDarts.com for bringing us out for this event once again. We look forward to next year right here in La Crosse. I think it's May 15th through the 19th were those dates. We're going to go with that, as I'm not going to look through the book to find out. But see you next year, folks. We'll be live once again. I think we got 88 national championships next for us in late July, but we're going to be at the U.S. Masters as well as the PDC match play for some interviews and content there, so look forward to bringing you those. Well, thanks for watching us, Nick. Great job for the last, let's be honest, 2 weeks it seems like, because we were in Vegas and then off to here, so great to have you along for the ride, bud.
Certainly has been exciting, and honestly, I couldn't wait to have a break from Will. No, I'm just kidding. We had a great time bringing you coverage. Thank you for following along with us for so long, and thank you, of course, all of Wisconsinites for making me feel like I was right at home here, as it has been a great experience. And don't go far, folks, because we will keep bringing you content over on USA Darts. Make sure to give us a like and a follow, and keep on that notification bell, because you will get updates for us along the way with everything in darts here.
Alrighty, folks. Well, we'll end you with some replays of the weekend. Thanks for joining us, folks. We appreciate you. Take care. We'll see you next time on USA Darts.
In my soul, in my soul, in my soul, in my soul, I feel so alive.